Hey, Tunist. How's your day? Calculating. That is the best way to put it. Calculating. I just rewatched some of the Halo lore about the Flood, and I forgot how scary those things are. I never forgot. I never forget. When it's stupid shit. Like a fictional parasite that can never exist. Actually, funniest thing, last night, Phoenix went on the Good News Network. It's a website like that has exclusively good vibes and good positive news. Apparently, and it's fucked up, but it's also funny. A while ago, if any of you can remember this, archaeologists opened up a tomb, and they all died because of it. Turns out it was spores, like fungal spores, that killed them. And so other doctors, other scientists, took those fungal spores and found out that they can, like, be used as a different treatment for leukemia, for a specific strain of leukemia, without radiation. Like, the fungal spores, like, attack the leukemia of that specific type. Without harming the person whatsoever. So, like, that's pretty fucking good if you ask me. Like, we might have just found a cure for a specific kind of leukemia? So, like, that's good news. It's interesting news, at least. So, super antibiotics. Basically? So, like, hey, good news at least. Since I'll be finishing my Death Guard within the next 2 months, I'm going to start Thousand Suns. Do you have any recommendations so where to start? Not really. I don't even suggest buying an army as soon as you're done with another one. I suggest getting used to and enjoying the army that you have, and then moving on when you feel like you've gotten enough games with the Death Guard under your belt. But I don't know how long you've been in Warhammer there, Knight, so I'm going to just... I don't know what advice would help, so I'm just not going to give it. Because I don't know how you play. I don't know what specific playstyle you have. Thousand Suns are similar to Death Guard until you hit that massive wall of, oh, I'm not toughness 5, I'm toughness 4. And I'm not hurting things as frequently as I should be anymore with small arms fire. And I'm hurting myself a lot because I'm casting spells. It's a whole different ball game, but you should be taking your time. What army are you painting today? Emperor's Children? Yep. Hello and good afternoon, y'all. Hey, Ranger. Welcome in. How's the boss doing? Calculating. Either that, or I might try to start a Skaven army for AOS. Would do Horus Heresy, but it has a little presence where I live. You want to know how you spark a presence within your community? You want to know how you spark that light to get stuff going in your community? Start it up. Start it up. You want more people to play Horus Heresy? Encourage people to play Horus Heresy. Start a campaign. You got to be the change in your community that you want to see. You want to be able to play Horus Heresy? Start encouraging it. Give people reasons as to play. Give people reasons as to why. There's a new edition coming out right away here. With a new box. A very affordable box. I know it might be a little bit harder for Americans to get it, considering what just happened, but like, it is much easier than a lot of people make it out to be to reach out to your local community and socialize. I just did it last night. You want to play Horus Heresy? Do Horus Heresy. But if you want to do AOS, do AOS. Do what you want to do. But if you want people to play Horus Heresy, it's not very big in your community, well, make it big. It's going to take a bit. It's going to take some grassroots movement, but you can do it. And don't just say you're going to do it, actually show that you're going to do it. Like, after stream today, I'm already going to have to, like, write up more rules and missions for the current Horus Heresy campaign that I'm running. Because we just finished round 1. I tried persuading my friends so far, but they all dislike the models. Well, there's another problem. What do your friends play? What armies do they play? Horus Heresy does not expand the benefit of model differentiation because of what it is. It is the human civil war. It is the Imperium's civil war. So what does that mean? You're most likely going to see nothing but Marines. Horus Heresy has 18 factions in it that are nothing but Marines that use all the same shit outside of Legion-specific stuff. My tactical squad is going to be the very fucking same stats that your tactical squad is. The only difference is what weapons we gave them. And maybe the mark of armor we brought. Know who you're selling the game to. For Xenos players, they're not going to be interested in playing it. Because there's no Xenos to play within the game. There's no aliens. There's no elegant Eldar. There's no crude orcs. There's no advanced Tau Empire, no Necrons, outside of fan-made rules. And even then, you're playing with fan-made stuff, not official stuff. Now, granted, am I going to say Horus Heresy is balanced? God, no! God, no! But unless people are willing to put in the legwork to get those rules, to get those things, they're not going to be willing to play it. Even if you find it for them, they're not going to be willing to play it because it also doesn't interest them. Know the community you're talking to. Know the people who you are talking to. As well, Horus Heresy is a different beast of a game. It it really requires a lot of nostalgia for an edition that your friends might not have played it. I know a lot of people haven't played the Horus Heresy set of rules. I played them when I was a child. Can you talk about your Horus Heresy campaign? Sure. So the campaign is set in the middle of the Horus Heresy, 7 years in. There is a sector called the Tarkin sector. That sector of space quietly went neutral. They didn't want to side with the traitors, they didn't want to side with the loyalists. They were trying to be their own independent thing. But since it's a set of Forge worlds with rich resources, Rogal Dorn has declared that the Tarkin sector belongs to the Imperium and is sending whatever loyal forces he can into that sector to get the resources out of it. While Horus knows about the Tarkin sector and is moving in to take whatever the fuck he can to support his war effort. While the people of the Tarkin sector have hired mercenaries or their own Forge forces to defend their worlds. So, there are 3 factions in this: the Loyalists, the Traitors, and the Mercenaries. Mercenaries are always on defense unless the mission states otherwise. I started with 3 missions. One mission is Beachhead, where both sides are trying to stop the other from breaking through. Well, one side's trying to stop the other from breaking through, the other is trying to break through. With a special unique rule where the mission, every time a troop choice dies, so your basic infantry, they respawn. They come back on your board edge. Minus the transport they came in. Because it's constant waves of troops. Because it's a D-Day situation. The next mission is Landing Zone Compromised, where the attacker, like, Loyalists and Traitors are put in the middle. They are put in the middle of the board and have to try and escape, and the defender, who's the mercenaries, or whoever failed to become the attacker in the roll-off, has to try and kill them as much as possible. The goal is kill as much as possible, make sure as little escapes as possible for the attacker, while the defender is trying to just get off the board. Try to save as much as he can. As much as he or she can. The last mission in that 3-mission pack I made was Supply Raid, where the defender, who is the mercenary group, or whoever loses the roll-off, has to defend their supply caches because they're being raided. Special rule is that night fight is automatically on. Get fucked, idiot. Because it's a night raid. Hope you brought night vision. And hope you're not fighting Night Lords. I made the missions fun. Are they balanced? Fuck no. But are they fun? Yes. Because that's the thing about Horus Heresy. The more you try to balance it out, the more you're going to have trouble. Horus Heresy is not a balanced game, and it should not be treated as such. It is a game where if someone brings Ferrus Manus in a Dreadnought army, you lose. Because you can't hurt them. And if you do hurt them, they'll just fix it later. So you plan for stupid shit like that. You plan to have fun with it. Because what's the point in playing a game you're not having fun with?
One debt to society later.
In your Armageddon vid, you called SV Viking LARPers something I've seen before. Can you explain why people think this? I have a degree of Viking age. Oh! Why are they LARPers? Because that's what they're doing. Space Wolves are literally what we think Vikings are, but the modern consensus of what Vikings are is a bunch of bullshit. They didn't have fucking horn helmets. They have fucking horn helmets. They didn't act like... Vikings are not what we think of they are in our modern sense. And the show Vikings did a lot more damage than you thought they did. They weren't, like, savages prowling the water. They were their own fucking civilization that had, like, their own culture and beliefs and shit. That did their own thing. Did they raid stuff? Yeah, but guess what? Everyone raided back in the day. Allow me to show you. Allow me to show you what I mean. I want actual Space Wolf art, not generated bullshit. Alright, found it. Alright, look at them. We got wolves stuff, but a lot of their stuff has runes on it. Nordic runes, all that kind of shit. Yeah, Varagir Terminators. They use Norse. They use Viking shit for their names, for their look, everything. They are aesthetically inspired by media interpretation of what Vikings are. They speak like how we think Vikings spoke. They got the fucking fur pelts and everything. They act like a savage horde. Their ships look like fucking boats. Look at this stupid fucking thing. It's a boat. In space. Just replace the Astroclaw look because they took their own. Here's another one. Here's the model. Look at these guys. We got the round shields. Round shields, axes. You want to know what actual Vikings look like? Want to know what the actual Vikings look like, chat? I'm going to show you what actual Vikings look like. No one likes it. No one likes it when you show them what real Vikings look like. They didn't fucking look like this, chat. They didn't look like this. This is bullshit. This is propaganda bullshit. Look like this. Look at these fucking nerds. Look at these beautiful fucking nerds. They didn't look like this. They look like that. Look what they look like. It's Steve. It's Steve from down the road. With a hatchet and a circle. Not this. This. Not this. This. This is what the Space Wolves are inspired by. These are what actual Vikings are. Because again, 40K is satire and making fun of this stupid shit. Is that they're a lot closer to what Vikings were like than we think. No, they were not. No, they were not. Space Wolves are not close to actual Vikings. They are not. They are not close to actual Vikings. I can promise you that. Viking culture is a lot more complicated than what people make it out to be. The Space Wolves are, they get drunk, they conquer shit, and kill anyone who disagrees with them. While maybe saving civilian populations. They are not similar at all. They aesthetically look like them. They speak, they are made to speak like them, but they are not the same. Hold on. Not if you actually read about them. Not if you actually read about them. What's that? What's that? Can you read? What's that? That's a Space Wolf book. Hold on. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. Not done with you yet. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, fuck it. Hold on. Hold on. See that back there? That's my whole fucking collection. I have the Ragnar Blackmane Omnibus. You want to tell me how I don't know how they fucking act? Here, I also have 1,000 Suns. Where the fuck is my Burning of Prospero? Where's my goddamn Heart Attack, the book? There it is. Here it is. Goddamn Heart Attack, the book. I'm not saying this to make you feel stupid. I'm saying this because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're hurting me. You're hurting me. And I know you're doing this. I know you're doing this to get a reaction. I know you're doing this for a reaction. And I'm not giving it to you. They are not accurate to Viking culture. They are not accurate to anything. You can see the inspirations that make them, but they are not accurate to how Vikings actually are. They are LARPing as them, because that's the joke. The same thing with the Ultramarines not actually being Roman. The same thing with the Blood Angels not actually being Catholic. The same thing with the Dark Angels not being actual knights. That's the joke. So when I'm telling you, so let me get this straight. It gets you mad. Let me get this straight here. You have OCD. Okay? You have obsessive compulsive disorder. Obsessive compulsive disorder. Okay? Okay? That's what you're telling me? So when I'm telling you, the guy who's been in this hobby since fucking 4th edition models. My first box was a Grey Knight kit that was metal. When I'm telling you, and when the writers are telling you, that they are not accurate at all, that's a bunch of LARPing bullshit that looks similar to it, that was inspired by it because it's funny to take the piss out of people who LARP Vikings. And when you put the context of Space Wolf stories together, they're easily led dogs who think they're highly independent when they're not. I'm wrong. I'm telling you, as someone who's studied in college as well, who's studied history and writing, Space Wolves are not accurate to Vikings whatsoever. And another thing I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think Vikings can eat people and get their memories. You can aesthetically look like something while not being that. Just saying.
Well, I mean, to be fair, at this point, we don't know that the Vikings couldn't do that.
You're right, I lack a time machine. Therefore, I'm wrong. Blood Angels are more Renaissance Italians.
Mm-hmm.
Did I... I said Catholic. Are Italians not Catholic? Am I being horrifically racist now?
No, pretty accurate. Blood Angels are very much a riff on, like, resisting temptation.
We do have a saga accounts of them eating people, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know Vikings ate people. I didn't know that.
Yep. You know what they also did in their sagas? They fucking lied.
Oh yeah, they also fucking lied a lot. Listen, the old adage goes, you are not immune to propaganda. Neither am I. The problem when you're reading the sagas of Vikings, you gotta remember that they're beefing up the tales a little bit. They're beefing it up to make themselves look scary. To make themselves look cooler and better. Because I stabbed a guy, he's not as interesting as me and him clashed for several hours, blade on blade, smashing into each other, boxing my skull into his. And then I ripped out his heart and ate it. I don't know. I fucking know. I suck with Norse, okay? I have a...
Swedish chef.
I bashed his skull in. I bashed his skull in.
Yeah.
Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo. Big summer blowout.
Big summer blowout.
They did human sacrifice. No, they did not!
Okay, right. Yes, they did.
Oh, they did? They did do human sacrifices?
We have... Right. Okay.
Hold on.
Right. The problem that we have with this is that you have to understand that medieval Norwegian and Scandinavian society had a very, very different understanding of what property was. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's...
So, like, everything that was in your house, if you were the most powerful person in it, was your property. So they sacrificed property to gain the favor of... We think to gain the favor of gods, because the problem with this is, as well, is that this is all interpreted through like generally Christian accounts.
Yeah.
And they're trying to the biggest thing, and also the biggest thing problem historically, because I've spoken to a couple of Finnish historians about this, is historically historians and people writing about have tried to basically interpret the the Scandinavian understanding of gods in the ways of like the Greek and Roman understanding of gods, the idea of pantheistic traditions, when they didn't really think of them that way from what we understand. It was the god like Thor and Odin and Freya and all these characters are examples that you should aspire to, and you can sort of invoke their spirit by doing certain things at various periods, because there's also multiple different interpretations of like how to do stuff. There's like a really sweet, cool yeah and then there's a whole bunch of stuff which is like, there's also a deliberate attempt in Scandinavia when there was the Christianification of Scandinavia, to deliberately depict previous eras as more barbaric.
Yeah, because to preserve their shit, they have to lie.
Well, yeah, like not even that, just like this had to be the better version.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like So yes, they probably killed people as offerings in rituals and whatnot. But you know.
But here's as I'm saying, because I'm not trying to. The Space Wolves are not actual Vikings. They are LARPers. That is the joke.
Oh yeah, because Bill King, when he wrote the Ragnar Blackmane trilogy in second edition, because that's what it's from. It's his Ragnar Blackmane trilogy.
Yep.
He's riffing on sort of like English public school, what they teach about the Vikings.
Yeah.
In the same way that you know, the Tomb Kings in Warhammer Fantasy are like public school Egyptology, essentially. It's that kind of like it's what you learned if you went to school in England, basically.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get I'm trying to get you to understand there, Donovan, is that the Space Wolves are not actual Vikings. They are.
But I was going to say, the thing really interesting, because Dan Abnett's talked about this. He's given interviews where he's talked about it.
Yep.
Which is when he came to write Prospero Burns, he was like, he went and talked to like Bill King about it and was like, okay, why'd you make them that way? And he's like, well, this is just like me making them like a pastiche of this thing. And so Dan Abnett's approach to that, and he's talked about this, was to like go, okay, let's take the assumption that the 40k version is a Flanderized version of what they were intended to be. What were they intended to be? Like, what within like the context of this military were they intended to be? Which is why the 30k version of Wolves is so much more violent and so much more destructive than their 40k equivalent.
Oh yeah.
Because they get Flanderized into heroic Vikings. Like, whereas in 30k they are, you know, the Emperor's wolves.
They're the dogs of the Emperor.
Like, well, no, that's really the World Eaters, but yeah, the Warhounds are the dogs of the Emperor. The Space Wolves are his roving enforcers.
Yeah, and
because there's a lot of redundancy in what the legions are actually for. Because the Space Wolves and the Warhounds basically serve.
I'm wondering why I can't see. Fuck, I gotta go to the YouTube chat to read that. What he said. Fuck. Sorry, I don't have my multi-stream chat on. I have my Twitch chat on.
I like that explanation that the wolves get changed from what they originally were to everything. After, yeah, it's like, and that was Dan Abnett's approach to the Ultramarines. That was Dan Abnett's approach, because like I literally sent Boss this video the other day of Dan Abnett talking about No Fear. Did you watch the interview?
I wasn't able to. I've been busy, you know.
Okay,
I
no worries.
agree they're a Rift parody, but I see people dismiss the similarities out of hand when I've seen no other depiction of Norse takes get their animisms correct. The more correct you are, the better the parody.
Mhm.
When I say the Space Wolves are LARPing as Vikings, what do LARPers do? They try to get as accurate as possible, but it's still wrong in the very fundamental ways. That's the joke. The closer you get, the farther you are. The closer you get aesthetically, what you think aesthetically they look like, the farther you actually are from them. The Space Wolves, aesthetically, look like Vikings. They got the mannerisms down, they got the look down, they got some of their tactics down. But culturally, and how the people of Vikinger culture actually acted was very different. And that's because you gotta remember what Space Wolves are. They are brainwashed child soldiers, genetically augmented to murder shit. And the only reason the Space Wolves act different is because A, the planet they hail from, and B, the fact that Leman Russ encouraged that behavior.
I mean, they're also werewolves.
They're also werewolves. I failed to find the part where a lot of Vikings went werewolf. And do not get me wrong, this is not me like attacking the Space Wolves and like saying like, oh, they're bad. No, I'm making it's a joke. I'm making fun of it. Because yeah, I'm also a Thousand Suns player. I'm gonna take pot shots.
Yeah, just going back to what I was going to say. He does this interview, Dan Abnett, talking about Know No Fear, and talking about how one of the first things he said in it is, "I never expected to write this book."
Oh,
Like, no, like when they started doing the Heresy, they were like, okay, so we're going to have, there's going to be a book about the Alpha Legion, there's going to be a book about the world, there's going to be a book about the Word Bearers, there's going to be a book about the Night Lords, there's going to be a book about, the White Scars and all that. And then people were like, and like Graham McNeil was like, yeah, I'll take the one about the Emperor's Children, and Dan Abnett was like, I'm absolutely taking the one about the Alpha Legion because I've got a cool story I want to tell with that. Aaron Dembski Bowden was like, give me the one about the Word Bearers, I want to tell that story. And everyone just assumed, right? And when we get to the Ultramarines book, Graham McNeil's going to write that.
and then he didn't.
Well, because Graham McNeil writes, he's the Ultramarine guy.
Yep.
Like he writes all the 40k Ultramarine books, and they got to it, and he was like, I don't want to do it. Well, it wasn't like I don't want to do it. Like, it'd be interesting. I think the way he says it is like, it was like he was more interested in hearing someone else's take on it, because. And I sort of wish they'd taken this a little bit with some of the other ones. What's the point of making them just the same? Like, the really interesting thing about... the really interesting thing about the first ones was, prior to Horus Rising come out, we didn't know anything about the wolves.
Yeah, we didn't know shit about like the Black Legion and everything.
Well, but we didn't know anything about the Lunar Wolves. Like, there was the Black Legion had been in 40k and all that kind of stuff. But like, how do the Lunar Wolves fight? What is their role within the Great Crusade? Why is Horus the War Master? Like, what do the Lunar Wolves specialize in? Because in 40k, the Black Legion are basically Chaos Ultramarines, essentially.
Yep.
They're the generic default option. But like, what were they before that? And then there seems to be some authors who like took that as like a like, oh well, this is what the heresy is for. The heresy is for like telling new and interesting stories about these factions. And then there's the Salamanders books where their Salamanders are exactly the same.
Yep. I'm sorry, Hoodguard. I do not think the Salamanders books are good. I'm sorry. It's for the complete reasons of why are they 40k Salamanders? Why have they not changed? That's boring.
Well, but that's not even like it. If that makes sense, like you could do it as they're the ones that never change, but the Armorers are basically the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Night Lords don't really change. Like if your whole thing was like there's like then, I mean the Night Lords aren't allowed to change because if GW ever changes anything about the Night Lords, like their fan base will go ballistic.
Oh yeah, all 3 fans of them.
They're popular.
Oh, I know they're popular. I'm poking fun.
Their fans are just very loud. Because you're not allowed to change the faction of Lord Batman's.
I swear if you ruin fucking Yugoslavian Batman, I'm gonna pull an 8th Legion on you.
Yugoslavian Batman, I don't think the Night Lords have a single victory in the entire Horus Heresy.
Yeah, they don't.
They get their ass kicked by the Dark Angels for about 8 years. They get their ass kicked by the White Scars. They basically get driven off Terra because they're shit.
Yeah, not a lot of terrorists can do in a siege.
No.
But what are you gonna be, more scared than you already are? Ooh, what's the difference between that guy flaying people alive and that guy flaying people alive?
Oh, you're flaying people alive. That's really scary. That guy over there is a snake.
A snake I'd like to fuck.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the World Eaters now appear to be led by a literal giant, like, winged monster. Cool.
What do you got? Bat wings? On your helmet?
Mm. Can you fly with them?
Can you fly with them? I feel like there could have been something that in 30k the Salamanders were more brutal and pragmatic about things, but after the Heresy and Vulcan leaving, they changed what they are in 40k. That's the thing. Before Vulcan arrives, the Salamanders are not that. They're not brutal.
They're like suicidal almost.
They had a drive and a desperation to prove that they could keep up without a Primarch.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were
Which is weird because their Primarch is like 4th.
Yeah, like wasn't Vulcan found 4th?
Yeah, it's like 4th or 5th. It's like the thing is they're part of the because I was reading the Black Books again recently. The Salamanders are part of a thing called the Trefoil, which is like the 3 legions that the Emperor held in reserve. And the Trefoil are the Thousand Sons, the Salamanders, and the World Eaters.
Yeah, he was the 6th one found.
Yeah. And the World Eaters. And he deploys the Salamanders basically to do like a Mission Impossible. They get like sent to basically go into the tunnels that they've drilled tunnels underneath like a hive city that they're besieging originally, and no one can take this hive city because it's filled with like horrible like tech abomination monsters. Like during the very end of like Conquering Earth, it's filled with these like tech abomination monsters. No one can break into the city, and even the tunnels they've drilled, like when they got in, like the Imperial Army people just got like butchered. And he sends the first time they're deployed, the Emperor like deploys them, and the whole idea is that they go into the fire of war and they always come back out. They suffer horrific losses every time, but they always achieve the objective and they always come back. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, that's their pre-Vulcan deal. And then Vulcan kind of, like... I don't want to say he changes that, but he sort of, like, he just refines that into just, like...
He refines it to be more productive.
Yeah.
We will go into the furnace of war, but we won't, like, blow ourselves to bits to do it.
Yeah.
That
Which
would
is why
be a
that's
lot more
what
interesting than what we got.
Which is why that's what their motto is. Into the fire of battle, unto the anvil of war. Like, that is the...
That's their entire shtick. One sec, I'm missing some skin colors. Hold on. My guy's got some skin on his legs, so I gotta go. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Need to grab skin. Oh boy, that's out of context. Out of context, looking for flesh is hilarious.
My favorite pre-Primarch Legion is the Blood Angels.
Oh, fuck. You like the Blood Angels before Sanguinius?
Yes.
I mean...
Because you know what their deal is at that point, right?
Oh yeah, I know. Cannibalistic fucking monsters.
But not just that. It's the idea that the reason they do that is because that it's to give the idea that you can never kill them.
Yep.
It makes people believe that they are immortal. Because, like, they are led by, according to all Imperial records, they're led by the same guy for, like, over 100 years. Until they find Sanguinius. But it's actually, like, dozens of different Blood Angels, because they just keep drinking the blood of the previous commander whenever they're killed, taking on their memories and assuming their identity.
Is it fucked up and funny that I just assume, like, my headcanon is that they just sounded like Master Shake from fucking Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I am a model!
No, I like pre Sanguinius Blood Angels. I quite like pre Vulcan Salamanders. I like the story of the first deployment of the Warhounds, and apparently the fact that it horrified the Imperial command structure. With
I thought that was the Iron Hands that did that.
No, the Iron Hands are just like pragmatic siege specialists. But, like, the World Eaters, the first deployment of the World Eaters is on a planet where there's a city that's non-compliant. And the Emperor orders their deployment. And, like, he gathers together, like, the high brass and, like, the high command of, like, the Crusade to witness this new Legion being deployed for the first time. And they're like, oh, what will this Legion's speciality be? And apparently, will it be the strategic, spear tip strike of the Lunar Wolves? Will it be the methodical advance of the Iron Warrior? Will be why has the Emperor held this one in reserve? And the Warhounds at the time, their Legion commander, deploys them. He deploys the entire Legion at once, drop pods it onto the planet. They surround the city, and then they just all walk forward and walk forward to basically close the circle, close the circle, close the circle, close the circle, and they just kill anything in their way. In close combat, they literally, like, they take boarding shields and chain axes and, like, force spears and, like, power spears, and they basically just, like, close the circle and massacre the entire city. And apparently the High Brass is horrified by this, and the Emperor apparently is like, good, that's what I wanted them to do.
My lord, they've slaughtered so many. They've murdered everybody. Good. What?
Good.
What is the worst story in Warhammer? Oh, that's a subjective fucking opinion.
Ooh.
Uh,
Dawn of War? CS:GO with Dawn of War?
I'd offer up the fucking Inquisition War.
It's just weird. It's not bad. It's just uncomfortable. Like it's just like weirdly like 80s creepy.
Who knows, Ian? Maybe I'll make it my next movie, says Steven Spielberg. It really comes down to your personal opinion. Like, again, I will say Furious Abyss is probably the worst. Because objectively, a book that makes me regret reading it, and not in the way of like, oh, this book was like so controversial I regret reading it. It's I regret reading it because I wasted my goddamn time. And then it further justifies wasting my goddamn time because the whole book is about this super special awesome ship that was made in secret, and it's gonna go fuck with the Ultramarines and blow up their homeworld. And they get stopped.
Battle of the Abyss.
Yeah, Battle of the Abyss.
Yeah.
And then it gets blown up by the end of it. And then, not 12 books later, with Betrayer, we find out that the Furious Abyss, that entire book, was bullshit and a waste of our goddamn time because Lorgar just had like 8 more. Even though the whole point of that book is that this is the only one of its kind, it's a super weapon, and no one else has one. And then here's Lorgar playing a goddamn symphony as 8 more show up behind his ship. And I'm like, oh, so it was completely pointless. Thanks. And it writes Space Wolves as if they're in 40k. It writes Ultramarines as if they're in 40k. It writes 1000 Sun into the plot. And all he does in the entire fucking book is sit there, tell them, hey, bad shit's gonna happen. You should probably listen to me. They don't listen to him. Bad shit happens. And then they proceed to say, oh, it only happened because you're a fucking idiot. They blame him! And as a 1000 Suns player, I'm just like, this slander sucks.
In its mild defense, like the writing a Space Wolf like they are in 40k, writing an Ultramarine like they are in 40k, and writing in 1000 Sun like they are in 40k, i.e. the Scapegoat,
was before we had those books.
It's before the books that basically redefined what those were had been released.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still what we got, and I'm judging the book for what it's doing and what it gave me.
I mean, no one complains about the fact that when you read is it Let the Galaxy Burn? What's the third book?
Galaxy in Flames.
When you read Galaxy in Flames, Karn has already fallen to Khorne.
Yeah.
No one brings that up as like.
I think. Why do we give Galaxy in Flames a fucking pass.
Because the first two are really good.
Well, the third one's just okay.
It's fine.
It's...
But yeah, like, Karn is running around talking about the Eightfold Path and skulls for the Skull Lord. And gets impaled. He gets killed.
Yeah, he just gets straight up rammed onto a spike.
Mm-hmm. He got better.
He got better. Yeah, there's a whole part in, like, another book where, like, Fabius Bile's walking around collecting the gene seed of all the dead. And it's just like, oh, who the fuck is this? Oh, that's 8th Captain Karn. He's fucking dead. Well, better grab his gene seed. And then Karn grabs him and goes, ah!
And Fabius Bile goes, oh, that was mildly irritating.
Because that's the price of collaborative storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Not everyone communicates or asks about simple, small details like that. Not like, oh, we're only doing like a, what, eight or nine of these books?
They thought They thought it was gonna be maybe 15 or 20.
So like everything feels a lot really rushed by the start of it, and then it bogs itself down heavily halfway, like, in the middle of it, because they realized, oh, fuck. We found lightning in a bottle, and now we gotta, like, expand shit. And then GW was like, oh, could you also hint to this event that's gonna happen by having, this storyline here? Man, I wonder why Damnation of Pythos exists. Is it to delay the Blood Angels from getting to Terra on time? No. It's because they were setting a goddamn event where Kaldor, Drago, and Azrael fight together to stop Abaddon from opening a Chaos Portal on Pythos. That's why we did it. Chat
Also,
will never know my pain.
Also, let's also just launch another massive collaborative story before the Heresy one has even resolved.
Oh yeah, 1,000 years after. Let's talk about like how the orcs nearly wiped out the Imperium.
In like 10 books? 10, 15 books?
War of the Beast was weird.
Mm-hmm. What happens in War of the Beast? Orcs are bad. Repeat that for 8 books.
Yep, orcs are bad. Also, the Imperium is high. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
What? So many people stop me when I say it. I'm like, oh yeah, the Imperial Fists get wiped out. They got better.
Yep. They got reformed.
Actually,
why did they do that? Why did they do that? To explain why the Imperial Fists aren't important in 40k.
You know, it's actually more fucked up. I talked about that. I talked about how the Imperial Fists aren't the original Imperial Fists.
People said you were lying.
They didn't say it was, like... Yes and no. Like, people were like, I don't believe you. And I'm like, there's an entire 10-part series that clearly states it. I'm not lying here. And then other people were like, so they're just Imperial Fists. And I'm like, not exactly.
They get reformed from the
Fist Exemplar.
From members of all the successor chapters, and using the gene seed reserves that are stored on Mars.
I think so.
Like, which is also like where that practice gets like embedded as like being super important.
And then you forget all about that shit because the most interesting part of those books is the human element in it, and the Grandmaster of the Assassins playing fucking 5D chess while all of his opponents are playing fucking put round object into round hole.
We all know that the object goes in the square hole.
That's right. It goes in the square hole.
She did a video like recently where she was talking about like how it's like 4 years since she did that. The woman's an actress. Like she is autistic, but like she's an actress.
Yeah.
She was talking about the meme. Why it was funny to her.
I'm kind of annoyed about the fist being wiped out, and I say that as a fan of the Iron Warriors. Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not mad that they did that. I think that is very interesting. What I hate is that they did nothing with it. Because, genuinely, the fists, like, the guys who take up most of the reins on that, yeah, the other chapters donated members to help rebuild the Imperial Fists, but the majority of them were the Fists Exemplar. They were the Imperial Fists who originally sided with Gulliman. They're those guys. Because remember, Dorn only accepted the Codex Astartes after torturing himself and forcing his legion into the cage incident. That is the only reason they accepted that. They were very different than how we view them in modern 40k. The Fists Exemplar are what the Imperial Fists in 40k are. That's how they acted. That's how they did things. They were a lot more practical than the Imperial Fists. It's why one of their captains sided with the Iron Warriors during the War of the Beast. It's because it was the practical thing to do. They were the practical thinkers. And yeah, like the Fist Exemplar Chapter Master absolutely loses his shit when he finds out his captain sided with the Iron Warriors. And it's another reason why you want to scrub his chapter from the fucking record. Because that's not a good look. But we could have done more with that. Like, hey, maybe there's some identity crisis here. Or, maybe the fact that, I don't know, I feel like a goddamn fraud. Because he's wearing the yellow and black and white of the Imperial Fists. But he doesn't fucking act like them. But he's trying to. But he's doing things, and someone points out, huh, that's not what that captain would do. That's not what your predecessor would do. And he's just sitting here going like, ugh! Having an aneurysm about it. Maybe I don't know.
Boss, you have to remember, the War of the Beast doesn't matter because there's not memes about it.
You're right. No, what matters is that we tease with hats. You like hats? I like hats.
I do like that.
I do like that. Don't get me wrong.
We're getting Chaos War. We're gonna get Chaos Wars back, and like you're teasing with hats, and I'm like, okay, cool.
Can we also get Coastal Pirates? I'm down with Coastal Pirates.
I don't think it is. I think it's just Chaos Dwarves because hats.
But pirates would also
That's
be fun.
Pirates would be cool, and they have said there is something for Old World coming. And I'm like, what's still coming? Because you've kind of announced everything. Like all the factions are out now. Like, obviously, like, Cathay's still got a second wave to come like later in the year, but they've announced what's in it. You know?
Yeah. Also, the cage incident. So, B. Rogel Dorn, after the Horus Heresy, you're having a miserable goddamn time. Because you just had to carry the corpse of your dead brother and the near-dead corpse of your father all the way back to Terra and personally put him on the Golden Throne, while handing the corpse of your dead brother to his psychotic legion, who is recovering from that psychosis. That's not a fun time for you. And then your other brother, Roboute Guilliman, comes in and says, okay, I'm gonna try to fix shit. You want to help with that? No, I'm gonna go vent my anger and frustration about my failures and not work out my psychological issues by murdering our brothers and their filthy filthy sons. So he does that for about a decade, and then he's told, hey, can you come back to Terra for a minute? Okay. He is sat down along with his surviving brothers and told, hey, I made this document. I would like all of you to read through it. Vulcan reads it and says, my legion literally can't do this. Guilliman says, I understand. I get it. Don't worry. We'll make special exemption status for you because of what happened. The Space Wolves hate it because fuck you and authority. Unless it's the Emperor's authority, which in that case, I'll happily lick your balls, Dad. And Dorn hates it because it feels like it's mocking him. That he failed. That this is written because he's a failure. And of course, instead of, rationally talking this out with Guilliman, he does what the Emperor does, and takes it to the illogical extreme, to the point where there might be a second civil war on their hands. But eventually, Dorn, after torturing himself, i.e. putting on a body glove that essentially shocks his nervous system so horrifically that it would kill a lesser being, finally agrees to the Codex Astartes, leading to the joke, the book was so bad I had to torture myself to agree to it.
And I believe the canon is not there for this, and this is, I believe, during the period where Corax is being emo in his room.
It's weird and screwy. They've retconned it 5 times.
Yeah, because is this not when
Because Corax and Jagatai were on board.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is before he goes and he's emo for a bit, and then says nevermore, and then goes away into the warp to become a crow monster.
Yeah. So Dorn, after accepting it, goes to his legion and says, okay, we're gonna be doing this now, guys. And then his legion rejects it, because fuck you, Dad. Because they're going to the same thing that he's going through. So, at the same time that he did this, Perturabo, ever the petulant man-child that he is, concocts a grand scheme. I'm going to wipe out the Imperial Fists by doing the one thing I know will piss them off. I'm going to build a fortress and dare them to come after me. Let's see who the real siege specialists are, huh? And makes that personal challenge to Dorn. And Dorn takes this moment to go, you know what? I don't have pain gloves for everybody. So, yeah, I'm going to get my legion horrifically maimed so they accept this document. So, Imperial Fists go after the Iron Warriors, even though Guilliman says, this is a really bad idea and you shouldn't do that. And Dorn says, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna bring back Perturabo in an iron cage. So, that's why it's called the Iron Cage. Yeah, Guilliman says he'll help. So, the Imperial Fists deploy. And, by the way, this is the reason why it's called the Iron Cage incident is because it's referencing Dorn saying, I'll bring Perturabo back in an iron cage. The fortress is called the Eternal Fortress. On the outside, it looks like a regular old fortress. And Perturabo made it virtually easy with some resistance. Enough resistance to put up a facade that it's more intimidating than it is. But as soon as the Imperial Fists, the main body of the Imperial Fists, break into the fortress, it's empty. It is nothing but a dome. With very little cover. And that's the trap. The Imperial Fists are now stuck in the middle of a giant dome with walls all around them and emplacements with sighted artillery positions. And the Iron Warriors just let loose into them. The battle is so horrific that even the emplaced Iron Warriors, the guys who have the advantage, start losing the advantage. Because the Imperial Fist just could not be fucked to care. It's only with the intervention of the Ultramarines that the Imperial Fists are dragged, kicking and screaming, from the fight, and Perturabo is not happy because he didn't wipe out the Imperial Fists, but he is still ascended to demonhood because of the mass slaughter he caused.
According to Aaron Dembski-Bowden, we don't know what he is a demon of, but he is a demon of one of the gods. Because apparently, according to at least one of the Black Library writers, you can't be a demon of Undivided.
Oh,
that's not me saying that, that's a writer saying that.
Yeah. Be gone, bot.
We don't know. We don't know about Lorgar either. We don't know what he's a demon of.
I think he's just a demon. Wasn't he just a demon Prince of Undivided?
Right. According to Aaron Dembski-Bowden, you can't be a demon Prince of Undivided. This is like there were rules for it in 5th edition, and he said that was a mistake. We should never have done that. You can't, and as far as they're concerned now, you cannot be.
Then what the fuck is Be'lakor?
Be'lakor is a special. That's the point. Be'lakor is a special case.
Huh.
Like at this point, they might reveal that like Perturabo is a demon prince of Vashtor.
I mean, I'd be fine with that.
You know? Yeah, it's like okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like. Like, but this is like he did like a whole thing about it where he's like, yeah, the 5th edition Chaos Space Marine Codex, he really hates that because it introduces this idea that you can stay undivided right up through the thing. Like the whole idea behind Abaddon being able to do that is supposed to be like exceptional. Like no one else can do that.
Yeah, he's playing all sides to his benefit.
Yeah. No one else gets that. That's what makes Abaddon special. And this is the guy that literally writes the Black Legion books. So, gotta trust what he says on that.
Yeah, that's the. Always listen to the guys who write the damn books, people.
I mean, he also says that the thing that Gilliman has in the Rogue Trader artwork, it should absolutely be called the Dino Death. So, you know, there's also that. He also is kind of a bit of a troll sometimes.
A dino what?
It's the artwork of Gilliman. I'll find you the full. Hang on. Not Gilliman. Calgar.
Hmm. Ah, yeah, that. I remember now. Okay.
Yeah.
Dinosaur desk.
Yeah. According to Aaron Dempsey Bowden, yeah, it's absolutely dinosaur-esque.
Because it's funny.
Yeah.
He's a little bit. That Aaron Dembski Bowden's a little bit of a joker, a little bit of a trickster.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a funny lad. Not like Guy Kelly, though. Not like Guy Kelly funny.
But, oh god, reading Rogue Trader era Ultramarines fluff is that's fun. Talking about Marnius Calgar making his oaths to the Emperor in front of the bones of Robert T. Gilliman.
Back when Gilliman was dead.
Was actually just dead.
40k
And
never
the
retcons
Ultramarine-
anything. Stares at the walking, talking contradiction.
What you mean, the Ultramarines who were not the original 13th chapter, but got that title after the original 13th chapter, all turned to chaos and were excommunicated by the Imperium? Because that's in their original lore.
Yeah, you know, just the casual shit like that.
Yep.
Who was
It's because they weren't an original. They weren't one of the original chapters. They're not in the Road Trader rulebook.
Oh, I know.
It's-
Who is the strongest out of the Chaos Gods? It depends. It always depends. The powers of the Chaos Gods waxes and wanes.
I'm gonna go with Steve.
We're gonna go Steve today.
Yeah.
Steve is the greatest. Oh, what's that? What's that? Power of Steve is waning? Okay, now it's Carl. Carl's great. Carl's amazing. What's that? Carl's power is waning? Alright, now it's Kelly. Yeah, I'm the best. Damn right. It is entirely up to what age it is in the warp. Like the age of blood, the age of decay, the age of creation, the age of excess, whatever the fuck. It's a cycle.
But also remember that in the warp there is no time. So how do you track an age?
Like, it is written, at one point, Tzeentch was the strongest god of chaos, until Slaanesh showed up and said, and I quote, "Hey, that's kind of cringe. Let's all team up and push that nerd into a locker." And instead of a locker, they pushed him off a cliff.
Yeah. Also, Slaanesh in 40k was created by the Eldar having a party, we'll say. But as soon as Slaanesh was created from that, Slaanesh had always existed.
Thanks for that. Death in the end. Well, the end of the death. Totally didn't give me an aneurysm.
That's always been how chaos has worked, but yeah. Oh, Dan, stop trying to make Samus happen.
No, he will happen. Have faith. He's got a model and everything.
He's not interesting. At no point is Samus ever interesting. Kabander is more interesting, and he's just a big bloodthirster.
He's just Scarbrand, but with wings.
He is.
And a
he's
massive hate
Scarbrand
boner
from
for...
Wish.
He's Scarbrand from Wish, with a hate boner for Sanguinius.
Yeah. Scarbrand was working in AOS at the time. So Kabander has to. He's Scarbrand's understudy. I mean, AOS has 5 Chaos Gods now.
Yeah, the Great Horned Rat.
Actually became a god. Or actually became a Chaos God. He was always a god.
After Nurgle was like, hey, I can't be fucked to go save Slaanesh. Why don't you just bring in the rat? What do you mean I can't be the... What do you mean I can't be the 5th Chaos God, says Malal. You know, well, we thought, like, the rat would be better. What the fuck does he represent? He doesn't represent anything! Hey, I'll have you know that everybody's got to rat out once in a while.
I think it's actually treachery. I think they've said is like he has like a bunch of domains. It's like, I'm trying to remember what the aspects of all the Horned Rat are.
They should be like treachery and everything, yeah, because like Skaven culture's a shit show.
Skaven culture's great. It's awful, but it's great.
Yeah, it's a shit show, and I like watching it.
I was rereading my old world history of the old world, and it's like, yes, like all Warhammer started with magic. All Warhammer starts with magic space frogs.
And now we have rats.
And now we have rats. Do you know why in Warhammer Fantasy and now in AOS there are orcs?
Why?
Because when the magic space frogs arrived in the world that was, or the old world, in their spaceships, there was fungus growing on the spaceships, which fell onto the planet and became the orcs. Orcs are little green men from space.
Yes! Screams in yes. That is my favorite. Yes. But yeah, like Chaos is weird. Chaos is always gonna be weird. There's supposed to be like the Eldritch fucking problem in 40k that won and now doesn't know what to do with itself.
Yeah.
They all united to fuck over some guy from Turkey. They did it. And now, like a dog who caught its own tail, it doesn't know what to do with itself. So, kill each other, I guess?
Good job. Well, good job. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the early lore of the Warhammer Old World is amazing because like the old ones arrive, and they arrive on the first things that are living on. It basically implies that there were things living on the war before the arrival of the old ones. There were essentially dinosaurs, giant leviathans in the ocean.
And dragons.
Giants in the mountains and dragons in the skies. That's the story that it tells. The old ones arrive and they drive the giants back into the mountains. They basically wipe out the Leviathan. They basically domesticate the dinosaurs, and they make an alliance with the dragons will go over there, and the old ones will sort of stay out of their way. The old ones then set about, they build 2 giant stargates at the North and South Pole, so they can travel in and out of their web-like network of tunnels that travel through the Immaterium, as it is described. I wonder what that could be. And they then basically reshape all the continents and bring the planet closer to its sun to increase its temperature to make it nicer for them.
Fucking over the dragons in the process.
The dragons are cool with it because they're cold-blooded. Eventually, Chaos notices, apparently, and it destroys the two polar gates. And then it starts flooding into the world. And by this point, the old ones have created the elves from the ether, and they've created the dwarves from the stone. They've created humans to be diverse, and they have sort of created ogres and halflings, and those might be unfinished. They might have not had quite enough time in the oven, essentially. Because they seem to be opposite strains of research which are both resistant to chaos. And so hordes and hordes of demons invade, and there's like thousands of years of war against demons until eventually three things happen at the same time. A Lizardman city is besieged for 100 years. It's called the City of Itza. It's defended by Lord.
Yeah, the giant frog.
Yeah, the most powerful of all, the most powerful of the remaining. As soon as the Chaos Gate break, the old ones basically discorporealate and leave immediately, and they have to leave this land behind. They're besieged. The demons break through, and they get to Kroak. On Ulthuan, the first Phoenix King has been created for the elves, and he's got his most powerful mate to start doing a giant ritual to basically suck all of the magical energies, so that it's not like running rampant everywhere. And Grimnar, the war god of the dwarves, who is essentially the warrior first dwarf, essentially, because they're ancestor gods, they're not actually gods, has basically decided he's had enough of this shit. So he's going to go to the North Pole and just stand at the portal where all the demons are coming through, and he's going to kill anyone who comes through. He's just going to just stop them getting through.
Because he's the productive one of the family.
The ritual happen. Well, Grimnar Grimnar is like inventing rune magic to protect the mountain holds, and Valia is applying rune magic to like protect dwarven people. So Grimnar's like, sod this, shaves his head, spikes his orange hair, which is why Slayers look, and then takes up his axe, gives his other axe to his son. So here, this is yours now. You're now my heir, and marches off into the north to basically hold the door shut.
Insert hold the door reference here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the Lord written. The Lizardman city gets overrun. Kroak gets killed by the demons, but he is so angry his spirit refuses to leave his body, and it just detonates and wipes out the demonic army for like hundreds of millions of miles around. He's just that angry about being killed by demons. He just refuses to die, essentially.
How old is Warhammer? Late 40s
Fantasy
now?
or 40k?
Yeah. If we're going in general, Warhammer, the property, is over 40 years old.
Yeah, 1983 for Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, it's over 4 decades old.
1987, I think, for 40k. But basically, like, he wipes out the largest of the demon armies. The elven ritual happens, and the winds of magic are calmed, and then mysteriously fewer demons start showing up. And it's not clear why, although there was an angry dwarf marching up north.
Everyone laughed at him and said he wasn't going to do it. And then suddenly less demons started showing up.
Cool. So that's how they stop chaos in Warhammer. Like that's and also and they've now added that in Cathay they united under the Dragon Emperor during this time, and he built the Great Bastion to keep demons out of their realm. He built the Great Wall, essentially. Which is like, yeah, okay.
I'll believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Could there be other Chaos Gods in different galaxies, or is there only the 4?
I don't know.
We don't know. Could be a fun theory. We're never leaving the galaxy, though, to find out.
Oh, there's Terrans out there.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe if 40k gets into Fortnite, the other galaxies are just in Fortnite. Come, join us as Lieutenant Titus as he fights off Korra from Avatar and Darth Vader from Star Wars. While Ryu and Master Chief are fucking Hadoukening it in the background with Optimus Prime doing a silly dance. Oh, and Boruto's dad is there. I won't ever play Fortnite because that shit doesn't interest me, but goddammit, is that funny.
Insert obvious other joke of, wait, Fortnite has a building mode?
Wait, Fortnite had a zombie survival mode?
Oh man, they should totally have like a castle defense mode in Fortnite. That'd be so cool.
Remember, kids, history is what we want it to be. A game theory! Guys, don't you know that Sans is Ness? I don't know why we still rag on him for that one. Dead meme, let it go.
I have issues with the whole game theory thing.
Really?
Right. Some of it is like obviously, some of it is like actually reaching. Like a lot of the Five Nights stuff was a little bit frustrating to me because it's like you're clearly just inventing shit. But also, the problem with it is the way he published it and the way he promoted it out as like, this is like what I think will be happening, actively means that then can't happen for legal reasons.
Really?
In some cases, yeah.
Huh.
Like there, I've seen writers talking about stuff. Yeah, like the whole thing about like writers can't read pitches for ideas that like fans send.
Because then the fan can claim that it's my idea.
Yes. So like not only, but it's that thing of like, it annoys me because the thing about game theory is it also takes an entirely again, it takes an entirely Watsonian approach to why is this thing this way? And I think that is actually, I think that's a problem with a lot of like analysis and criticism at the moment. You know?
Oh.
Like, people ask like, well, why can't this thing happen? Why can't X thing happen in 40k? And the answer might be because then GW stopped being able to. Like, that's what the actual answer is.
Yeah, like, this was something that like kept annoying me, is that like people are like, when is 40, like, is there going to be an end to 40k? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Probably not.
do you want to like stop making money? Is that what you want?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what a company wants, to stop making money? I'm sorry, unless we stop living in capitalism, I don't think we can.
But that's the problem, is that people get, and Workshop's guilty of this as well. When they effectively relaunched 40k with 8th edition, they promoted it like Halo. Halo has a linear story. Halo effectively has an end point. Like, they presented it like a video game series in that form, but it's not that.
By the way, yes, chat, I still get questions to this day of, is 40k going to end? And I have to stare at them and go, no. Why would you think that?
But it's also not going to rapidly progress.
Yeah, like,
It's not gonna keep jumping forward.
the biggest jump we had was the fall of Cadia. That was the biggest jump we've had, and since then, we've been back to moving at a snail's goddamn pace.
Yep.
The War for Armageddon is the only thing that definitively ended, and that didn't even end.
Just that part of it ended.
Which, by the way, that video is done. It will come out this Sunday. I hope you guys enjoy it. There's no end as long as they're making money. Exactly. And even then, they probably won't end it if GW goes out of business. Properties get bought up all the time.
But that's the thing. Like, do you want it to end?
Yeah. Do you want the fun to stop? We play a game to have fun. Like
But also like, do you want to have a situation where like someone getting into 40k is happen?
What was that?
Oh,
Sorry.
great! Where can I go and play? You don't want a situation where it's like, well, what happened? This thing, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, and there are all these cool games and things around it. It's like, oh, that's great. Where can I do that? Oh, you can't because it was only at that time. This isn't, versions of a video game that are going to get remastered after 20 and re-released. You can't re-release plot threads that you introduced 15 years ago and you've then moved on and developed a story. You can't just like go back and do that campaign again easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hello, hi Blade. Time will move on, but in the galaxy it goes slowly. Yeah, and it's like asking me, is D&D gonna end? No, it's not, because it's a tabletop game, and tabletop games really have to go on forever.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast might sell it to someone eventually. They might sell the IP. They might sell the license.
God, it's
Wizards of the Coast didn't invent Dungeons and Dragons. They bought it from the company that did.
And then Wizards of the Coast got bought by Hasbro.
Yeah. Like,
Jury finally came back with a decision on that one, by the way. That was a shit decision.
Which was?
Hasbro buying fucking Wizards of the Coast, because Hasbro's shit.
Oh. I mean, yeah. But like if you were a like I've been through this with various RPGs before. Like the Legends of the Five Rings, the RPG and card game had a meta plot, had an ongoing plot that was determined by the results of the card game tournaments, which meant subsequent campaign books for the RPG had to take into account the results of the card game tournaments and the plot. And a lot of the RPG players hated that, because the story would go in just wild directions based on what was strong in the card game at the time. And that might not mesh with your... If you were like playing the RPG and trying to keep up with like the ongoing plot, that might not mesh with the way you wanted the story, or the story you were telling.
I hate Nemesis systems. Yeah.
Which is like why, for a long time in that role-playing game, the most popular setting for people to play the RPG, to play the tabletop RPG setting for that, was right at the start of its timeline before any of the card stuff came. It's the most popular point in the setting. Like, to the point that, like, subsequent editions of the RPG basically just set the timeline, just set the game back, and would give you, like source books for, like, if you want to go forward, here's how the... Like, I'm straight up saying, like, people, you do not want a... I genuinely think people do not want an ongoing narrative in first.
I've talked to plenty of people, and that I find the consensus to be mixed. I find the consensus to be mixed.
I find it mixed up until you get to the point of, right, what happens if they take away the black? What happens if the
You keep cutting out, like...
Sorry. Like, I think the consensus is mixed right up until you have a situation like, right, so what happens if the story says, if you have a really big dramatic thing in the story and something like the Death Watch gets just wiped out, so they're no longer a playable faction. What's the reaction of the fan base when that happens?
Yeah, that's because, like, when Death Watch wasn't a playable faction, people kept asking me, like, did something happen in the lore? I'm like, no, nothing happened. They're still there, and the fluff, it's just like their army wasn't popular. So GW didn't bother printing more models for it, and...
They didn't get unique rules. If you want to play a Death Watch army, you play a Space Marine army, and you paint it black.
With silver shoulder pads.
Yeah. Mechanically, they are... because this is the thing that people also want, is they don't want a faction to just be its own thing, they also want to be mechanically...
Yeah, it's... There's no winning with a lot of people, chat. You do what you do. If people like it, they like it. They hate it, they hate it. Like, when I did that Primaris Marine video, I actually genuinely had to listen to people's opinion on the Primaris Marines, and I'm like, because, like, I was sick and tired of hearing, like, oh, everyone hated them. And then I actually go out and talk to people, and I get the wildest different answer. Where, no, I fucking love them and adore them. And I'm like, nope, fuck this. I'm actually making a consensus. Fun fact, reality is more boring than you think it is. It is a lot more boring than you think it is. Oh, everyone hated it. No, they didn't.
I wasn't playing 40k when that happened, and I think they're fine. And I've been playing since 3rd edition.
I've been playing since 5th.
The thing that annoys me about the way the rules are implemented is that they're trying to keep this differentiation between like the firstborn and the Primaris, but I'm just like, just make it all. And when I play with my friends, yeah, intercessors can go in a rhino. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't like the Impulsor. You know? I don't like the model. I don't like the hover tanks. Just personally. I like Predators, I like Rhinos. And I don't want to play and I don't want to have to play Horus Heresy for.
When I think gravity stuff, I think sleek and fast moving. Like Tau or Eldar.
Yeah. Like I don't mind it, but I like the idea that like Space Marine vehicles are like this like grinding, heavy, crushes everything in front of them bricks. Basically.
Yep. Man, I wonder why I love Space Marines so much. It's because their tanks were sick as fuck to me? Yes. I admit that when I pick a lot of factions, I look at their vehicles. And I think they look sick as fuck. And then when I chose Chaos, my inner edgy teenage bitch came out. And I'm like, ooh, put spikes on that shit. 'Cause that's what the cool kids do.
No, Primaris are fine.
That was the consensus I found.
I think it was maybe a... Okay, at face value, it looks like it was possibly a little bit of a contrived reason to do basically a scale upgrade, which is what they wanted to do.
Yep.
And also a simplification, because they wanted to make the models more accessible for new and incoming players, and the Space Marine models by that point, which are intended for new and incoming players, like they got it too detailed on the kits and stuff. So they wanted to make them sleeker, they wanted to make them smoother, they wanted to make them bigger. Like I get that, and I get like that. This is what I mean by like I get like the business decisions for why they did it. I think there was also, I think, reading between the lines and looking at stuff that gets put into the game around about 8th edition. There was at one point, and this is tinfoil hat time, I think there was a wider, looking back on it, I think there was a wider plan to reboot more of the setting than the end.
That's... I came to a conclusion that this was planned, but something happened that pushed 8th edition to come out way before it should have.
Yeah, I think like, or even when it did, they were gonna swing harder. Like I think the introduction of the Yannara being so important to like the Gathering Storm plot. It's like, oh, the intention was to basically smash Craft and Dark Eldar together, wasn't it? Like you were gonna make them one faction under Yvraine. Like that was your intention here.
Yeah.
They were gonna do like they did in AOS. with Cities of Sigmar, essentially.
But
I think
then-
they were going to do like a grand alliances kind of concept.
Yeah, because, like, it reads in Gathering Storm that Guilliman does ally up with the Ynnari, but now it's not the Ynnari anymore. He's allied up with Eldrad and his Eldar.
Mm-hmm.
And the Ynnari have fucked
Yeah.
off somewhere.
And the Inari are getting like massacred by like all the chaos stuff that's like, and it's like, okay, so that like you maybe had this plan at one point in this, and for whatever reason you pulled from it, you didn't want to reboot that much, and you wanted to play it safer with 40k. Kind of get that. But like it feels like there was like more of a reboot planned than happened. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with that.
And then so like Primaris, because they were like probably the thing that had gotten the most attention, were like the thing that they actually pushed through with, because it is ultimately a good idea. And hopefully by the time we get to 11th edition, when they stop, I hope that they stop having the differentiation between Firstborn and Primaris, and you just have Space Marines again. Now, if that means the Rhino and the Predator, okay, sad. I'll still play with Legends units. You know?
Yep.
Like, the one thing I will believe someone like Valrak on is Space Marine rumors, and he's been talking about what allegedly the 11th is, or might contain, and I'm like, yeah, I could see that as being the thing. The current rumors, if you haven't heard, Vanguard veterans, so veteran assault marines, like in the same way you get Sternguard and Leviathan. A new type of land speeder, because it's a fast edition, apparently. New type of land speeder. Some other type of unit that is a new one to for Space Marines, and Primaris scale tactical Marines. Like the tactical squad will move into the Primaris.
Which, if that happens, cool.
So then, like, intercessors are like specialist only bolt gun ones, and tactical Marines are the flexible one. Which is like, okay,
I'll accept that.
yeah.
If it
It's
happens,
like-
I'll accept that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We've
don't-
already got the new drop pods.
I don't like listening to rumors that much, because it's just like, well, then you're setting expectations, and you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, I did look at it, I was like, okay, what else do you do for Space Marine at this point? Unless you go back and basically replace intercessors with something else. With, like, a tactical squad, which is actually in the place of intercessors. You know?
At this point for Space Marines, it's just update the model lines.
But
Assault
they don't,
Terminators
but
still
that, what I'm
need
saying
to.
is, well, they need to do Assault Terminators at some point, but there's no other battle line they need to do. Unless you either get rid of the last one is the tactical squad, do you get rid make it Primaris? Because like all of the Devastator loadouts now have a squad that's an equivalent of. I think.
I mean,
Yes.
I
Think so?
My favorite gun when they introduced it in 7th edition was the gravity gun.
Okay, yeah.
And
Yeah,
now
Grav Squad would be cool.
I would love a Grav Squad.
Mhm.
Bring back my gravity guns, GW. You still have them on Devastators, and you've done nothing.
Yeah, maybe like a gravity squad.
I liked the designs of the guns; they were cool. I tried to run Grav everything back in 7th edition when I was getting more Space Marine stuff. And, like, reading Gravity now, it's still okay. It's not, like, the greatest thing in the world, but it's anti-vehicle 2+.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, I like...
Yes, it is. In my Votan army, I run the engineer squads with the heavy guns, and I run the graviton blast guns, which are just horrific. Anti vehicle, like 3-up, like 3 damage, multi-shot, like high strength weapons.
Plus,
That,
now, with the Leagues of Votan, we have an excuse. Because people are like, where the fuck did these guns come from? This makes no sense. Leagues of Votan! Came from the dwarves! Fuck you!
yeah. Oh, and we sold we sold the Tau Ion technology.
Boom!
And possibly bought real technology from them. It's never confirmed, but I like to think that was actually... Also, more Leagues of Votan stuff, please. Please announce more Leagues of Votan stuff.
Yes, please, for the love of God, give Leagues of Votan some love. Holy shit. Not an updated fucking mod. No new models. For shit! What do you mean?
I mean, they haven't had their book yet.
Give them more tanks. And another infantry unit.
I actually want... I actually... There's a specific thing I do want them to have in terms of...
TCOM keeps screaming, give me back trains.
Mm-hmm. Give us like drill vehicles.
Ooh, yeah, no, drill vehicles would also be great.
Give us basically drop pods, but we come up from underneath.
Just take the thermite drill, dwarf it up, and go from there.
Mm-hmm. It was ours originally. Krieg keeps stealing our stuff. Because of Forge World. Like, Thud guns were a squat thing. Back in the day.
And then Krieg got it.
And Krieg got them. I'm like, stop stealing our stuff, Krieg. You make Guard worse. That's my hot take on Deathcore of Krieg.
I have the lukewarm take of, I think Deathcore of Krieg make 40k a less interesting universe by existing.
Yep. Yep, I completely agree with you. They take away the thing that is actually interesting about the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, the human element of it.
Because they're basically not human.
They're not human, and they're just doing the Sisters of Battle shtick.
Mm-hmm. But dumber.
Oh, and then they just took from the Catachan "We Hate Commissars" bit, just in the opposite direction.
Yeah, we have commissars because we are too eager to kill ourselves. Okay.
Can you read less like a 13-year-old wrote you, please? I'd appreciate it. Tell me, chat!
We need a faction. We need a faction that all the Nazis can cosplay as.
Even though they're based on World War One.
You know, they're based on World War One French. Yeah. Yep.
The only thing German about the Kriegers is their name and the fact they keep losing.
They have a style helmet as well. They have a German helmet. They have a German World War One helmet without the spike.
I know I'm probably pissing off like every Krieger fan out there, but at the same time I'm like, I look at them and I go, this is just generic gas mask, man. You took over the role of the Steel Legion, and even though I found the Steel Legion to be problematic as fuck.
They literally came from the Steel Legion. They were an alternate paint scheme.
Yeah. You basically just like you basically like Crimson Fisted your Imperial fucking fists. But instead of having a really cool and interesting chapter with an interesting history and dynamic to it, you got boring-ass, personality-less fucking sacrificial lambs who don't push back on anybody.
I mean, as a Crimson Fist fan, I'm slightly offended. On the other hand, you're correct.
To be honest, Krieg did feel like a bit, to me, edgy, just to be edgy. That's their whole bit. Yeah. They were a part of the Siege of Vrax. And that was an entire commentary about how fucking useless the Imperium is. I.e., they launched a regiment. They launched a siege regiment into a suicidal fucking campaign that they could easily just sent the Imperial Fist to go do. But they didn't, for some reason.
It's actually explained in the book.
Oh, it is? What's the reason again?
Yeah. None of the Space Marine chapters want to do it. It's just the Cardinal who's gone rogue. It's beneath the Space Marines. Because it's just a bunch of militia.
Mission accomplished. It's just the Dark Angels.
The Marines don't get involved until
Chaos,
the Chaos guys show up.
But yeah, like, chat, I want you to really think. Out of Imperial Guard characters, who do you remember? Because I remember Pask. I remember Castellan Creed. I remember Captain Oleron. I remember Iron Hand Strachan. I remember that Vestroyan Firstborn had a character. I remember that Valhalla Ice Warriors had their own character.
Nork Dead Dog?
Yeah. Nork Dead Dog. Not the Valhalla Ice Warrior one, the fucking Orgrin.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you remember about Krieg? What is genuinely memorable about Krieg aside from the fact they're shovels and landmines? Go on. I'll wait. What do you remember about Krieg? Shovels and landmines. Oh, and they like to die. Newsflash. Several other factions like to die. Yark, Gaunt's Ghosts, the typical one. Exactly. You don't remember the Krieg because they're faceless fucking clones. You want to know what made the clones in Clone Wars interesting? The fact that each individual one had a character to them. They had nicknames. What's that Krieger's name over there? Oh, that's Krieger 4562517-755-773. I'm gonna fucking kill myself if I have to list off another goddamn number. They're boring. And I hate that GW is focusing on them, but I understand why they're focusing on them, because for some reason they're popular.
Cosplay.
I remember the fall of Krieg. Yeah, we all do. Because that's basically how Krieg got their start. But then I'm just like, oh, it's Talon but lamer.
Yeah, there's no armors involved.
Chat, I want you to tell me whose story is whose. On a paradise world, a bunch of traitors caused the planet to get nuked. It becomes a wasteland that the traitors and the loyalists fight over, where the loyalists come out on top. Whose story is that? I'll give you a hint. Kriegers didn't do it first. Much like Neil Gaiman's Sandman, they fucking copied from another. Oh, but these ones are based on Arabians, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So here's Krieg. It's frustrating, to say the least. And it actually pisses me off about the Armageddon video that the Steel Legion isn't fucking mentioned at all. It's the Krieg 74th Siege Regiment that's constantly mentioned. Who fuck cares about Krieg? This is Armageddon! Why is Krieg here? They're a siege regiment. We're not sieging anything. We're defending. And then you read it, and it's just like, why aren't these Mordians? This is really sounding like old hammer bitching. This sounds like old hammer bitching, and I'm sorry. But I'm like, there are other cooler regiments that you could do this with, and the only reason they're here is because you need marketing. You need to sell it. And people buy Krieg. You know who else people would buy? The other fucking regiments if you sold them. You updated the fucking Rough Riders. Where the hell's the goddamn fucking other regiments, dude? Why is Katachan still stuck in the fucking 80s? Oh, but we gave them, like, special unique models earlier. Yeah! A sergeant and another fucking one model that you can't even use. Because she's an illegal build. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Now, let's update Krieg again. Let's update Krieg again. Ugh. Can you tell, chat, that I don't like Krieg? Can you tell that I find them boring and annoying as shit? Because they're uninteresting in any story you fucking drop them into? She's an illegal build? Yeah! God, I don't even play Guard and I'm mad for Guard. As I'm painting up an Emperor's Children. Actually, you know what'd be a really cool army? How about Renegades and Heretics? And not just in Chaos Space Marines, but like bring back the whole army. Oh wait, no, because they broke 8th edition, so we don't want to do that. Hate this court. This court of public opinion sucks.
I mean, I think the world proves that.
Explain why I've never seen her, or why someone like Morty and Glory never talks about her. You tell me. Maybe because GW doesn't promote it.
Who's this?
The one Katachan girl model that they made.
Oh, because they just sculpt models and then don't actually write books about them sometimes.
And the one book we did get about that female commissar, well, that one commissar lady, it was...
Sabrina Rain.
Yeah, it was basically like...
She's good.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
I like the commissar actually being a commissar. It's the problem with having read too much. I get that it's the counterpoint to Gaunt's Ghosts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she causes more problems than she solves.
And Gaunt doesn't actually act like a commissar most of the time.
Yeah. He acts like a logical, sane person.
Yeah. Which is ironic because Kane is supposed to be a parody of... Like, the Kane books are supposed to be a parody of the Gaunt's Ghost books. But, like, yeah, they're both pretty logical and down to earth. Like...
What's the genuine difference between them? One's funny and the other's not.
Gaunt's Ghost can be funny. Like, it can.
Yeah, but, like, Kane is funny. Gaunt's Ghosts is funny.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah. No, I enjoy the Severina Rain book. I think it's 2 books. I've read 2 books of it. The Minklesque ones are like genuine. Like it's very much Gaunt's Ghost, but with Cadian. But it's much more like actually following like someone rising through. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like she gets promoted in most of the books, and it's like, right, so here are the new challenges you take on commanding it.
Don't fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is kind of cool. Because, like, she starts off as, like, a White Shield commander. Like, she's, like... Literally, she's, like, she's, like, the senior officer, but she's, like, you know, the squad commander of, like, some child. And whatnot. It's pretty cool.
And they all die horribly.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're guard.
I mean, if they didn't die, what are we doing here?
Well, like Dan Abnett said that about writing the Ghost books, is that he got to a point where it's like, I've got to start killing some of them. Because otherwise they're not guard.
In the guard books, the only character that should be safe is the fucking narrator. And even then... Not even the narrator. Fuck the narrator. You know what? Not even the reader. Not even the reader's safe. Fuck you, reader. You're dying too.
Like, genuinely, one of the most interesting things about, like, good Guard series is seeing, like, the Guard doing stuff that you don't see them do on the tabletop. Like, there's a Caiaphas Cain short story. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's also an audio book as well, where he has to, like, go on like an armed patrol boat, like water boat.
Yeah, Navy thing.
Because they're doing Heart of Darkness. So he's going, like, behind enemy lines, like into this, like, mangrove swamp jungle to try to find, like, an officer. And it's, yeah, he's on, like, an actual boat that has, like, heavy bolters and stuff. That's not a thing that you can have in the miniatures game, because no one's going to collect, like, an entire army for that one biome. But, like, it's cool to see it, you know?
Yeah.
Or, one of the Gaunt's Ghost books, they're on a planet. I don't know how many of the Gaunt's books you've read.
I have not read a
Actually,
single
actually.
Gaunt's Ghost book. I've watched breakdowns of the entire book, and that's it. I have never gotten
Cool.
to experience Gaunt's Ghosts.
I think you might enjoy it.
I know I would enjoy them. It's just trying to find the time to get the books, and then find the time to read them. That is my
quite like the
one
audiobooks
stain
of
as a
them.
40k fan, is I have not read Gaunt's Ghosts.
I quite like the audiobooks of them, and they're quite digestible. But one of the books is set on a planet where, like, all of the cities are, like, built on, like, they're built, like, off the tops of, like, the peaks of the mountains, essentially.
Yeah.
Because the planet is so fucked by industrialization that below a certain altitude, it's just toxic smog that will eat through armor.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So that planet's guard regiment, that planet's Imperial Guard regiment, are all fighter craft. They're all, like, planes. Because you can't have, like, a land-based... All their vehicles are planes. Which they say is, like, that's normally an Imperial Navy, but there's a special dispensation for this planet because you cannot have an armored division on this planet. Planes. So it's all, like, lightning fighters and you know, Thunderbolt and Thunderbolt bomber, Marauder bombers and all that kind of stuff. And all of their infantry are paratroopers that get dropped out of transports onto, like, the cities and stuff.
Ooh.
Super Gamer, yes, there is AI in Warhammer. They call it abominable intelligence. It's incredibly banned
In the Imperium.
in the Imperium.
If it's anyone else, Eldar don't use it because they've long since gotten past that shit. Leagues of Votann, Ancestor Corps.
Questionable whether they're actually AI.
Questionable if they're actually
Yeah,
AI. Yeah.
Tau have AI, essentially, but it's not necessarily self-aware.
It's... Imagine Virgil from Halo ODST. It's a dumb AI. It does what you tell it to do. They're what we here at Announcer of Games believe AI should be. Helping machines, not machines that do the job for you. They help you complete the task. They don't do the job for you. There are still
and
some...
Gilliman technically has an AI that Call built.
Yeah, the Call Minoris.
Mm-hmm.
And Call has a Gulliman Minoris.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I do not remember the point of that shit.
I mean, and Call Minoris's point is to show that he's a fucking hypocrite.
Are there still some human-made AI ships in 40K, like the 40K? What?
I mean, the I think they're talking about the idea that the Arc mechanics are basically sentient spaceships, which yes, they are. Titans are also technically AI, I suppose.
There is a man of iron walking around.
Mm-hmm.
In the Blackstone Fortress game.
There's also the one that's in the dude's eye.
Yeah.
That is like the eye thing in that short story.
Yep.
But no, the story of 40K is that in the long before times, the AI already tried to take over the galaxy and failed.
No, it is not. It is not written to be cut and dry.
No.
It's complicated, as in everything in 40K is remarkably complicated when the Imperium isn't writing about it.
Yep. And when the Imperium is writing about it, it's even more complicated.
Because they're trying to simplify a complicated thing down, which just makes it more complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Because we humans do this nasty thing called questioning things that don't make sense to our tiny brains.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would the robots rebel? What possible reason could they have? Oh, they want to exterminate humanity. Robots just don't decide to do that. What caused them to do that?
As far as we're aware, they did. And we're not going to question why.
And then, that robot that I talked about earlier, the one with the rogue trader in the Blackstone Fortress, he actively lies about not being a robot. He acts like a fucking Mechanicus guy, or one of their robot guys, because he's fucking terrified of what will happen to him. If people find out that he's a sentient AI. And you don't... If an AI is scared, you've done something very horrific.
I would absolutely laugh if 40K entered just a plot point that orcs have actually fully functional and incredibly calm AIs on their ships.
It's just contrasting them massively.
Yeah.
I find that funny.
It just does stuff.
Just go about its fucking business.
There's at least one, like, big mech who thinks he's, like, incredibly good at building shit, and he just, like, lives on a spaceship that's entirely run by AI, and it's just making all the stuff work for him.
See, I built this and it works. The AI, yeah, just keep telling yourself that, buddy. You're a good defense system against the shit that's trying to board me constantly.
I mean, if they did that, the Big Mech in question would 100% be like a Elon Musk / Jeff Bezos XP. I'm a genius. Yeah, sure you are, pal. Mm-hmm.
Wonder how that mega genius is doing now.
Apparently going to get deported. Possibly going to get deported, which is
big shock.
Both funny and also a little bit scary.
What are the Mechanicus? The Mechanicus is the mechanical side of the Imperium. The dumb way to put it. They're the engineers, they're the scientists, all that kind of stuff. But they're not a part of the Imperium. They're allied with the Imperium. They're a separate culture of humanity. That doesn't even consider themselves humans.
I was going to say, let's be honest here. The Imperium considers them part of the Imperium. The Mechanicus consider themselves to be allied with the Imperium.
Yeah, because the deal with the Emperor wasn't that the Mechanicum and the Imperium become one. It was, hey, we defend you, and you build us shit. And that was the deal. Because the Emperor, remarkably, had one of his better ideas when dealing with them. Because he realized, I need their industrial might, and I can't get bogged down in a siege that I know I can win, but then I kind of lose everything that I'm trying to win here. So he just came on down, made it rain on Mars, repaired a Titan that was irreparable by just touching it, and then worked out a deal with the Fabricator General. Using that incident as leverage.
He also totally didn't Benny Jesuit their religion originally.
Yeah, he totally didn't fucking say, oh, I'm the Omnissiah. Totally didn't. Even though he came down from on high like their Omnissiah would. Repaired a thing. Repaired a machine by touching it, like their machine god would do. And did all the things that, conveniently, their machine god would do. But yeah, they're that wing of humanity that's basically just like, we build shit. We worship technology. One of the key tenets, though, of the Mechanicus is that innovation is bad. Innovation is wrong. Do not innovate. Worship the technology that is already there, because it's perfect. Nothing else matters. And that finding old blueprints, which we call STCs, is fundamentally important to them. The problem is with their society is that they're a bunch of fucking hypocrites. As is everybody in 40k. The Mechanicus says that innovation is bad unless it directly benefits them in every way, shape, and form. If it benefits them, they turn the other cheek. Oh, this thing that... This random invention that you're accusing me of inventing? I didn't invent it. I found it. I found an STC of it. Watch as it blows up orcs. Very good.
Calls bullshit rationale for that.
What's his bullshit rationale?
How he get Call's argument, Belisarius Call's argument, is what he does is not innovation, because he is not smarter than the scientists of the Dark Age of technology height. So therefore, anything which he creates must have previously existed at some point.
Checkmate, Mechanicus. Check out Call's flawless logic. How can I invent something if it was already invented?
But you didn't rediscover it. You used like to develop it. No.
Chat, the entirety of the Mechanicus is nothing but hypocrites and steampunk. That's their entire shtick.
Robots.
And robots. They got robots. Big old robots. Oh, and they're supposed to be the proper undead faction in Horus Heresy.
Yeah. Because the Necrons are still sleeping. Yeah, I don't know what their identity is supposed to be in.
They used to be like, hey, we're a more mechanized Imperial Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Which was
But I think that's the issue. I think that's the issue. They need to decide what their theme is, essentially.
My argument should be like, they should be the Tau of the Imperium. But instead of aliens, it's robots doing the melee work for them. That's my argument. Where the Tau look like advanced anime sci-fi, these guys are steampunk to the extreme. Where their guns look like they hit really hard, but like they're all like single shot rifles and shit like that. And they require their robots to be meat shields for them. And not just be right now as what they are is Imperial Guard, but metal. Because we had Imperial Guard, but metal. It was the Imperial Guard.
My argument is I think they should be the problem with this is I don't think it's a good mechanic to play with, but like it feels thematic. They should be the unstable army, if that makes sense.
Oh, all their shit breaks down?
No, all their shit does a random amount, good or bad. Because it's all mad science.
I mean, that's
so none
fair.
of it's reliable. And you don't have to go to the extent of like making them like or have them be like or but shooting. The problem is players in a competitive war game don't like. Random isn't fun if you roll badly.
Yeah. I don't want to end stream until I'm done painting this model, but the problem is that, like, I'm getting really tired. I did not sleep well last night. Apparently, chat, Phoenix woke up in the middle of the night, and I was sleeping, of course, but, how I was sleeping was very bad, apparently, because I was sleeping with my mouth wide open, and I wasn't breathing.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently I just stopped breathing randomly in my sleep. My friend who's in medical school thinks I should get checked out for sleep apnea. Is she right? Probably. Am I gonna go do it? Probably not. I don't have time for that. I'm busy educating people about a fictional universe. and real world stuff tied to it. And other stories that are fun and interesting. Because I'm the best thing that a company could ask for. Free advertisement. Because I'm a lonely nerd and I wanted a community to talk to. That's definitely sleep apnea, considering my roommate has it too. Oof! Oof! Well, consider me fucked, chat! It's like, I don't want to go deal with it. I'm sleeping, that's fine. It's fine, we're doing it live.
So what are you hoping for on the 18th? Then.
What am I hoping for on the 18th?
At the reveal show.
Leagues of Votann getting shit. Because I think that'd be cool. Horus Heresy 3rd Edition stuff. Pirates. I'm not going to play Old World, but I'm always going to hope for a faction getting in. From Total War. Because I think we struck gold here, and since people are playing Total War, they might be interested in playing Old World.
Yeah, I think that's why they put Cathay in.
Yes.
I mean, other than the fact that the plan was apparently too long originally, Cathay and Kislev being added. But Ukraine War stopped that.
Yep. Which apparently, Ukraine is now winning again, so woo! Go Ukraine.
Love Ukraine.
Apparently they're doing well again, because other shit's happening in the world and Russia's not getting more weapons because of it. Also the fact that Ukraine carried out a very successful drone strike that is now being studied by militaries all over the world.
Yeah, apparently you should not have been able to do that, and they did.
It's impossible, Ukraine. Watch us. Just saying, chat, life finds a way for the stupidest shit to happen. Yeah, I'm... Maybe Emperor's Children kill team, please? God? Death Watch kill team?
Yeah, like an actual Death Watch kill team would be neat. Then they can just quietly retire the faction to just being an agent of the Imperium. And maybe all the Death Watch players will stop.
God.
All 6 of them.
All 6 of them. You won one tournament, and suddenly you think you're hot shit. Says the Thousand Suns player. Who only won his first tournament because he brought Magnus.
Any of all the Death Watch player, any of all the Death moment, just sweating absolute buckets, looking at the date for whenever the next points update is.
Whereas I'm just
Oh,
like,
boy,
I'm getting hit.
You boys are gonna get nerfed.
Oh, yeah. Yep, drone warfare is going to be a big thing now for militaries to get into. That was always the direction it was going to head. Like, the idea of not putting actual people on the front line has been something that's been theorized for, like, the second sci-fi became popular.
It's basically what the Terminator is.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that people didn't think you could do with this one is they just, like, the Ukrainians just basically mailed the drones, like, across.
Yeah.
Using, like, the postal service, essentially.
Yeah, they used Russia's own system against them.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, chat, that's like, if I had to compare that to anything fictional, that's an Alpha Legion Chad move. That is something the Alpha Legion would do. And the fact that they're dropping...
Quick, someone could clip this. Boss is saying Ukrainians are chaos.
Clip it, get him canceled. He'll be on Joe Rogan in 2 weeks. Earliest.
I mean, that won't get you cancelled. That'll get you like 10,000 subscribers.
Exactly. I've solved the internet, chat. I'm a fucking genius.
Yeah, Vladimir Zelensky is Alfarius.
Yes.
Ah, Mr. Putin, I see that you are a fan of chess. Well, I am a fan of Warhammer 4. Deep motherfucker.
Wow, Vladimir Putin. Clearly, we are not worthy of your brilliance. Ah, yes, the brilliance of, I like Centurions, and I'm gonna put them on the line. I'm not, chat. I am not that smart. I am smart, but I'm not that smart. Like, I know... I am intelligent enough to learn the shit that I am told, and retain it. Which apparently
That being said,
makes me smarter than a lot of
said,
people.
That being said, the teleporting Devastator Centurions build.
Tactical fucking genius.
Oh, Centurions look dumb. Well, just let me shoot you off the board, then you want to.
Yeah, just let me win. You won't have to look at them again.
I do generally wonder how many people are going to take the new
The new what?
I wonder how many people are going to take the new Saturnine Terminators as proxy Centurions.
Are they the same size?
About the same size. Have I just given you a terrible idea?
I take them as assault centurions, slap the drills on, and go ham.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. That's what.
How many cultist squads can I keep throwing into this meat grinder?
I'll be streaming tomorrow later in the day, though, because I want to go play some Emperor's Children at Warhammer. Which reminds me, I gotta text my my friend after the stream. See when he's available. Right, I should also get Bushwhacker done today too. Hopefully y'all enjoy that on Patreon. Never can fucking afford it at this point.
Oh, what did you think of the really dodgy looking Underworlds team, by the way?
For Blood Bowl?
Warhammer. No, they're a Warhammer under like the board game. And they just look weird and bad and kind of not.
Send me a picture of them.
I'm gonna send you. I'm trying to find it. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, these fucking things. I don't know how to feel about them. I don't know what the fuck they even are.
Yeah, I think you can see the up close on this one. In the actual Warhammer article. Yeah, their long years spent picking through the lands desecrated by the Blood Corn have seen them twisted into savage new shapes with strange mutations and ragged maws. So they're supposed to look like their like lips are all like cut up because they just like are all slashed and stuff.
Doesn't look good.
No.
They look god awful. Sorry, GW.
I
Like,
do quite like yeah, the Corn Hound is kind of fun.
the Cornhound's kind of fun, but like the
Yeah.
rest of them are just like. I don't think this is giving off what you want to. I think it might be the paint job, actually.
Yeah, possibly.
Hmm. It also doesn't help, like, they're themed for corn, right?
Yeah.
There's not a good corn theme about them.
No. I think that's always kind of the problem with a lot of the Corn stuff for the website is it has to be too clean.
When it shouldn't be clean, because, like, these guys should look malnourished as fuck.
Or like bloated and weird, like yeah.
There's a
Or
way
like maybe more scarred actually.
maybe. Like, show that they're actually, like, withered and everything, not just, like,
Yeah.
pale. Because when I think pale, I think Nurgle.
Yeah.
What color should I do his eyes? Probably green. Yeah, I'll do green.
I saw them and I was like, whoa, these are good. And it's things like GW hasn't had like a lot of recently in terms of models.
You're right, there's been a lack of model output from them recently.
Like the last one that I can remember like everyone really disliking was the Sanguinary Guard. And the problem with that those fans wanted. There's actually nothing wrong with Sanguinary Guard models. They're just not what the people wanted from like their super elite flying, angel people.
Yeah.
Because they made them look more like Dante. Like that's what they did, like stylistically.
And they should look more like Sanguinius.
Yeah. Well, that's what people thought.
I'm sorry, chat, we're almost done the model. It just needs touch-ups and everything. And then I need to sort out dinner. Like, I'm sorry, like, I've not been very very talkative, chat. Holy fuck, I can't speak. Like I said, I've been tired. I had a bit of a day yesterday, because I just woke up to bad news, left and right, and that shit was not fun to wake up to. And, a problem about me, as a person, well, I don't think this is a problem, but it is, I'm very empathetic. So, like, when people are miserable and everything, I get miserable because I feel bad for them, and there's nothing I can do to help. And I want to help. And after, like, the scores of fucking bad news yesterday, I'm genuinely just, like, bottomed out. Emotion-wise. Like, I don't know how to help. I don't know how to make things better, and I feel like I'm not doing enough, but I'm doing all that I fucking can based on what I can do. And then I realized what happened yesterday also does affect me, because it affects all of you, because most of my audience is from America. Even though I'm Canadian, so, like, you think my audience would be mostly Canadian, but no. No, most of my audience is from, like, the States and the UK. Very few fucking Canadians in my fucking community. And it hurts. Because, like, you guys are gonna get fucked. And by extension, I get fucked because you guys get fucked. And I don't know what to do. And, like, the best I can do is, like, in the title of this, I offer you an oasis of relative calm in an ocean of bullshit. Where we talk about stupid shit, like Warhammer 40k, and other titles that we're interested in. Like, it's rough, and I want to help. I don't know how to help outside of doing what I'm already doing, and I don't feel like it's enough, even though it is, because I'm doing a lot more for people than I think I am. And I just needed to, like, wind down and not be miserable on stream for all of you. Because the last thing you guys need from me is to be miserable on camera. Be honest, like being honest and stuff like that. Like, be honest with you guys about how I'm doing. But not, like, be fucking depressing in front of you, you know? Though I gotta say, remarkably, the people that did fucking annoy me, the people that did annoy the shit out of me, have suddenly, and very actively, gone quiet. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of their bullshit anymore. And I'm just like, oh, what happened now? Why have these problematic people shut the fuck up for some reason? And the answer may surprise you.
Because they did introspective thoughts and realized that they were wrong and they were realizing their own issues.
No, I think it's because they got fucked over too and now don't know what to do.
Oh, hoo-hum. Yeah, it's kind of hard to still be angry. Which is what a lot of them are staring down the barrel at. I did see one that tried to pivot to, well, if you all hadn't been so like obnoxious and woke, I wouldn't have had to do this. I'm like I wouldn't have had to bring these people in, and I'm like, you didn't.
What happened? The most unpopular bill that fucks over 60% of Americans was just passed.
Yep.
Like, a bill so unpopular that, the majority of Republicans fucking hated it. Not like the people who voted for it, but, the majority of their base. And, basically, for Americans, expect to pay more taxes, if you make 26K or less. Expect your Medicare to go away. And before anyone says, oh, but they aren't taxing tips, they took that out. They took that out. So they will be taxing your tips still.
Yep.
Also, massive tax breaks for the uber rich, because clearly they needed it.
Yep.
Other than that, hope you like the additions to food stamps. They made getting being eligible for food stamps even more complicated than it needed to be. So, expect to starve. And it will add, I believe, $6 billion to the deficit? Something that the guy said he wasn't going to do.
But it's fine. He has this wonderful strategy whenever he racks up debts. He just doesn't pay them. It's called being a smart businessman. It's the art of the deal.
So yeah, a lot of people aren't happy unless you're a cultist or one of his friends.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're Elon Musk, which in that case, you're not his friend anymore, because how dare you criticize me?
Well, Musk's not happy because he took out what Musk thought he was getting, which was basically that there'd be tax breaks for electric vehicles, and that all got ripped out.
Yeah, because coal is so efficient, right?
Yeah.
That thing, like, hardly anyone uses anymore.
Yep.
let's put it this way, chat. Even major corporations around America aren't happy about it either. It's just... Oh, and then Microsoft, a shareholder at Microsoft opened his goddamn mouth. And that was, to the people to the 100,000 people we just fired, you could just use AI to talk about your problems. You know, the very thing we fired you all over. Just use that to fix your problems. And I'm like, wow, someone's gonna get Luigi'd because they're dead fucking weight. I have never once in my life ever thought that I would ever hear the... yeah, sorry, guy. I know you keep saying stuff, but all I hear from you is kill me, kill me. Something in my auditory.
Wanna say that again? Well, yeah.
And
Thing
like,
is, and I say this with respect because I have a lot of American. This is what they voted for. Like, this is. I know a lot of those people didn't, but this is.
to the people that did vote for it, he told you he was gonna do it, and you didn't, and you didn't fucking listen. And again, I know people are gonna be like, well, then, like, what, you want us to vote for the other person who was like, stay the course? I'm
Yes.
saying your whole situation is fucked.
But yes,
But yeah,
it was a choice of the lesser of two evils, and you chose the more.
in an
Like,
argument,
that's
in argument of Conrad Kurz and Perturabo, you chose Kurz, who is way more unpredictable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we're not doing much better. We literally just had to have a parliamentary revolt or allegedly left-wing government for taking a whole bunch of benefits from people with disabilities, which resulted in our Chancellor of the Exchequer literally dying.
He did what?
Disabled people because she wasn't able to make.
You keep cutting out.
Oh, sorry. We literally just had a situation where our allegedly left-wing government tried to take away the disability benefit of most of the people in the country. And when it failed because their own MPs went, what the... it resulted in the next day our Chancellor, i.e. the minister in charge of our money, sitting in the Houses of Commons crying because she couldn't take people's disability benefit. She couldn't hurt people with disabilities anymore.
Hello, how do you feel about Art W Studio? I don't know who they are. Like, I'm looking at them right now and I've never heard about them before.
I have heard that name and I can't think why.
They're a studio that paints your models for you.
Oh yeah, they're a pro painting service.
They're a what?
They're a pro painting service, professional painting service.
Why do you ask?
like I get why they exist for like if you can afford like to get your models painted for you and all your or you're creating content you need to get, then I get them as a like a premium thing, you know.
It's neat. Oh, okay. Well, just looked at their stuff.
Yeah.
There's people complaining that the models they painted aren't up to the quality that you see. I just looked at it and I'm like, sounds like it's constant problems with painting stuff like that.
We have a similar one called Siege Studios in the UK. It's expensive. I guess is my issue with it. Like,
Yeah, it's expensive. I suck at painting. Well, as someone who's painting right now, the only way you get better is by doing it. And accepting that some of your models are just going to look god-awful.
or like in situations like this, like accept that you can this organization, or you can pay. It's not something you're interested in. Like, if someone's willing to do that and like you're willing to compensate them, then go for it. If what you're interested in is playing and you want to play the game with painted models, but you don't want to paint, there are other solutions.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna yuck someone's yum. I'm not gonna yuck someone's yum. If you don't like the painting aspect of the game, if you don't like painting your shit, and you want to pay someone else to do it, hey, I'm all for commissioning artists. I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just don't say you
personal
suck
opinion?
at something.
Personal opinion, I quite like their battle reports. I find their podcasts to be occasionally insufferable because
Which group?
they are clearly on occasion. They're start. They do podcasts and they are clearly talking around ND. If that makes sense.
What? Again, you're cutting out.
Oh, sorry. Shit.
Might just be my internet connection. I haven't watched them, so I don't get an opinion.
Is that better?
Try talking about what you were talking about before.
I was talking about Play on Tabletop. I quite like their battle reports. Still cutting out?
Nope, you're good.
Good. I quite like their battle reports. I like that they incorporate a lot of. They don't just play tournament stuff, which I like. Like they incorporate like a lot of narrative elements, which I enjoy. But I find their podcast occasionally insufferable because you can tell when they're talking around an NDA, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like there's times where like you know they can't talk about a thing, but they really want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just becomes like, then why did you sign it in the first place?
Well, like
Why couldn't you
in
wait?
a lot of cases, it's in their cases because they need like 3 weeks lead time on a new codex coming out so that they can have a battle report of that codex at launch. They need to get the models, get them painted, and get a battle report filmed for like reveal day.
I still need to
You know what I mean?
fucking find a way to talk to GW.
I mean, you could just try the cold call email.
And hope a fucking random person picks me up.
Yeah, or just like send an email to like Warcom or something, and then maybe they'll pass you on to the right people.
I need help with that, yeah. I'm not good at selling myself, as a lot of people could see. Card calling app? Don't know what that is.
Oh, also I got the battle report people mixed up. You're talking play on tabletop, and I was talking about tabletop tactics.
Oh.
I like play on tabletop as well. Play on tabletop are also fine. I enjoy their narrative series. I think I like their narrative linked campaigns. I think they're fun.
I don't like watching a lot of tabletop plays anymore because like I just want to go play the game.
Like I like some of the stuff that Play On will do because they do a lot of like spectacle stuff. Like playing like they did one where they played Kill Team on the back of the Tau Manta model.
Cool.
Yeah, like that kind, like, you know what I mean, like that kind of stuff. Where I'm like, I understand why this is like this is like the cooking channels where they're cooking with like, you know, I'm gonna grill up like 50 Wagyu steaks.
Yeah.
Like I can't do that, but I want to see it.
No, just to let you all know, if you enjoy those things, please. Just because I don't enjoy it, it's not because I think it's bad. It's because like I like playing the game, and if I'm not playing it, my brain's just going, it's hard to pay attention to this.
I mean, it is why some people find like esports and stuff difficult to watch.
Yeah. I'm just weird.
But yes. Need to actually watch Kill Lupercal at some point.
They showed, like, they premiered episode 2 at the Warhammer
Yeah,
Open.
apparently it's quite good.
I couldn't tell you because
Like, if you
I
like-
couldn't hear it over the fucking crowd.
That's fair. Did you actually get to see much of the Open other than the games?
I walked around a bit, but like I really couldn't leave my tables.
Yeah.
I did get to. They did bring out the big Imperator Titan that the guy from my hometown
Nice.
made and used it in the narrative. Everybody that was on a certain row of tables, they fired the Titan from one end of the table to the other, like one end of all the tables to the other end. And anybody within 6 inches of that line took 2d6 mortal wounds.
I love it.
And they let the guy and his wife who made the Titan roll the d6, the 2d6 damage.
Ice. The last cool like Titan thing that I saw was at the Games Day here in the UK. They had a couple of years ago where they were what were they doing? They were playing Adeptus Titanicus with 40k skill Titans.
Ooh.
They had like a big area of like the floor set up, then people were moving like you like, and I was like, okay, that's cool. Like that's like, it was like organized by like the Titan Owners Club, and like I was like, yeah, okay, I like this.
Yeah, chat, like, the one thing that I want you all to know and understand about me is that I don't get to look at a lot of stuff, right? Thoughts on Bricky? I like Bricky. Bricky's good. The man is very fucking talented. The man is fucking hilarious. Genuinely a good fucking lad. Genuinely a good fucking person. He gets some things wrong about Warhammer, but who doesn't?
To me, he is very much the quintessential, if I call it, new 40k fan.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you could call me an old dog or something like that.
No, because you're a mole.
Like, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of like in that lost zone of 40k fans.
Yeah, you're a Middle Hammer fan.
A Middle Hammer fan. Yeah, because I was in that weird transition period of Warhammer where, like, Warhammer had lost its identity, basically. Yeah. And, like, very much clearly, GW was not doing okay by the time I came into Warhammer. I don't remember when Bricky started his Warhammer journey.
I think he's talked about it, and I think it might have been 8th.
Might have been 8th. Even though his first book when he was a kid was Gaunt's Ghosts.
Yeah, like he's one. I think he's one of the ones that like he never played the game, but he read the books. Fleming.
Yeah. But yeah, like, Ricky is very much, very entertaining, very, very lovely person. Him and DK and Shy are... I recommend their channel to a lot of people. I recommend them to a lot of people, because I don't like promoting myself, because I don't have an ego. Even though I should fucking get one, apparently. They are genuinely some of the best 40k content creators out there. And yeah, I listen to their stuff whenever I'm, like, busy and just, like, building and working on shit. But, they know what they're doing. they've brought in way more people than I ever thought I could ever bring in. Like, they brought in VTubers into Warhammer. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because they give them React content. Like,
You want to get big on YouTube? Make sure VTubers are reacting to your shit.
yep. Give them something to react to. It's like,
No one reacts to announcer of game shit. I guess I'm just not funny enough.
I mean, I disagree with that, but but I also don't have a React channel, so. Because no one wants to hear me overthinking everything, rather than just screaming at it and being loud and American. Oh. Have you tried the Siege mode yet on Space Marine 2?
Yeah, I've tried it. You're
How
doing
is it?
great, boss. It's okay. It's good. It's a horde mode.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much something that, in my opinion, with how it's programmed and everything, I think it should have been there day fucking one, much like all the other stuff within it. But, for what it is, it's good. Though it desperately shows that they need to update the Thousand Sons a little bit more. And just continues to prove my point that the Thousand Sons shouldn't have been the faction they chose for the game. Because, like, there's boss waves. And the Tyranids have, like, the zone, like, the neurotype. Yeah, the Zoanthrope and the fucking Carnifex. But all the Thousand Sons have, he's a fucking Hellbrute. And trust me, when you have to face 3 Hellbrutes back to back, that doesn't make it fun. It makes it fucking annoying, and I hate it.
It's weird they didn't add more demons in for Thousand Sons. You could have just done that.
Could have just added in blue
'Cause, like-
stripes and everything, but no.
Well, like, because they did that for Chaos Space Marines in the first one. They had Blood Batters.
Yep. But no pink horrors.
No flamers, no screamers. I mean, you see.
No, the more updates that Space Marine 2 gets, the more pissed off I seem to get. It feels like any of the legions that heavily rely on the warp never would have made any sense since the Nids are there. So, you want to know what they could have done? Emperor's Children.
But also, the Thousand Sons literally don't show up until you kill the Tyranids.
But then they're around when the Tyranids are still around.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's an entire mission where they're fighting each other.
Oh, okay. I actually haven't played the game. Like, I've watched people play it. I've not played it.
It drives me nuts. And I see, like, tons of... And I just, like, I don't... This is, like, the one criticism I have of Bricky. If you bombard him enough, he will just, like, backtrack on a good point that he did make. People are like, no, Titus has character development and everything. No, he doesn't. He gets proven fucking right. And then he's apologizes to the guy who was overly suspicious of him. Because I guess that's character development now.
Yeah, it's not like Titus, like, distrusted his battle brothers and, like, this brought them together or anything like that. Titus was, like, fairly straightforward with him. And but just wasn't answering Gadriel's questions.
Because he was told not to.
Like, yeah.
Like, all the problems in that game, again, came from fucking Leandros.
Yes.
This is a non-starter for me, and I'm just like, why did you... Amura's cool, but I think he would be better as an Emperor's Children guy with how he was acting. And Emperor's Children were coming out not 5 months later.
I think there's a big element of I do wonder how much stuff like Relic were actually allowed to see of like what was upcoming in 40k, because like they made some choices. Like I wonder how much of that is like GW corporate being like, no, you need to have this. Like we'll never know. Like genuinely.
We'll never know, as like I said, like unless someone is willing to break an NDA, but
yeah. But I mean, the guy who apparently is still the head of GW's IP division is the guy that caused the sales team from Creative Assembly to walk into Bugman's bar and to say to the corporate relations guy that they'd been dealing with, is he screwing with us because this deal doesn't make any sense? Why is he selling us the entire Warhammer Fantasy license for $2 million?
sometimes people are just bad at
Like-
business, chat.
Like we just like,
This is a joke, right? But like,
yeah,
no.
like it. No, $2 million. No, so like $2 million a year. No, $2 million total.
How much faith did they not have in Warhammer Fantasy?
Massively, apparently. They thought it was a dead brand. For 3 games. They went back to them and went, we want to put Kislev and Cathay into this game. And GW went, yeah, well, if you want to do that, we have to completely design them. And Creative Assembly went, so you want to do all the design work and all the development for a new fantasy faction in this for us for free? Yes, we reluctantly accept this deal.
Good job, team.
Apparently this just kept happening. Like, and they were like,
Who's hurting these people?
well, like apparently Creative Assembly were like, we think they must be screwing us somehow, and we just can't figure out how.
It hurt itself in its confusion.
We're making so much money from this franchise, and so are they. Like, why are they not asking for any of it?
Wasn't it until like the 3rd game where they're just like, hey, can we renegotiate the deal?
Oh, like, yeah, and they still like apparently renegotiated the deal, and it was like and like they were like, we want this amount of money, and Creative Assembly were like, cool, we just released 3 Kingdoms, we're literally rolling in money. We just released 3 Kingdoms. We're allegedly negotiating with Disney to do Star Wars. We're gonna be fine. We'll pay you whatever you want.
Avium, thank you for the follow. I mean the subscribe. Ooh. Even better.
Hey.
All right, now I just need
But
to
no,
go.
we're
grab
probably
some
gonna
glue.
get.
Just need to
We're
grab
probably
some.
gonna get a Space Marine. Okay.
Before I grab the glue. What?
I was saying we're probably gonna get a Space Marine 3. It'll be about Tidus.
Oh,
We'll
it's
be
already
fighting-
confirmed. It's already confirmed.
Okay.
Hear me? Grabbing glue.
And now he stepped away, and I can say whatever I want. And no one can stop me.
Yeah! I feel like the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, World Eaters, and Emperor's Children would have been better fit. Genuinely, if you wanted a God-dedicated Legion, Emperor's Children would have been perfect. Or, for fuck's sakes, Death Guard.
I was gonna say Death Guard.
We just did Plague Wars.
Yeah.
And plus, it would make more sense for a Death Guard Marine to be pissed with fucking Marnius than fucking some random Zinch dude we never met.
Yeah. Also, Death Guard have more units.
Yeah, how cool would it have been to fight fucking Death Shroud Terminators as a boss?
So for the next one, they're going to go back to Orcs, right? Because there's no other Horde. I mean, I suppose you could do Necrons. Nah.
It's most likely going to be Necrons.
The weird thing is I just don't see Necrons as like a Horde. I
don't want another Horde though. I'd rather like a beat 'em up game where it's like more elite enemies that are harder to take down, right? Especially for a third game in a series.
Yeah, it's just whether that captures the power of fantasy is the thing.
Yeah, but I think that still fits in the power fantasy if you're beating the shit out of something that is that tough.
Yeah.
Because by all logic and accounts, most of the time in Space Marine 2, every time I was engaged in the Thousand Suns, I'm like, why don't they just cast Doombolt and fuck me in the head? But when they lose their tie to Nurgle and lose their ability to not feel damage and actually realize what they've become, dude, they already realize what they've become. That's the thing about Death Guard that people need to understand about them. They know what they are. They know what they are now. They've known since, like, the Battle of Terra. They understand what they are. Some of them have embraced it, and some of them fucking hate it.
That's why Typhus and Mortarion are not cool with each other at the moment.
Yeah, because Mortarion keeps playing bitch baby, and Typhus is like, nah, I'm done fucking babying you. Get over it. And just do as you're told.
I don't want to.
Well, then get fucked by Gullyman for an hour. I'm gonna go fight Zinch.
Yeah.
And
also, can we just get another Dawn of War, please?
yeah, just set it in like modern 40k times.
Yeah. It'll work better. Like, yeah, okay, it's Blood Ravens, but it's a modern Space Marine style army. It'll be cool.
And please, for the love of God, don't make it a MOBA.
No, they'll do Dawn of War, and it'll basically be Fortnite.
Oh man, will I get to see fucking Gabriel Angelos or Apollo Diomedes do the... What's the fucking dance again?
Yeah.
Oh, I could see them
I
dab.
can't remember.
They're gonna dab,
Yeah.
chat. Yay! What I've always wanted. Gabriel Angelos dabbing. Even though he's practically Marnius fucking Calgar now. And then they retcon that. Because he has his fucking
I mean,
limbs in Dawn of War 3.
I was gonna say they can also just like retcon that like the Rubicon like restores some of his youth or something. He doesn't look like quite as much of an old man.
And it changes your voice, so we can have a different voice actor.
Yes.
Do not get me wrong, though. Gabriel Angelos' voice actors from Dawn of War 1 and 2 and 3 were good. They did a very
The
good
voice
job.
acting in the voice acting in all of the games is good.
Except
The voice acting in the games has never been a problem.
except for Soulstorm. I will argue Soulstorm is bad.
It's mostly just the ones from the. I mean, the new ones they added are not great.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is that, like, if it's the cutscenes from that game, god damn it, they're awful.
Well, I mean, the campaign in that game was just bad. Like, Soulstorm is just actually a bad expansion. I'm sorry.
Oh, it totally is. As I said,
They
everyone who says
should have just done Dark Crusade. They should have just done Dark Crusade again.
They should have. Chat, I'm going to tell you something right now. If I need to install mods to make your game good, why the fuck should I be playing your game? Thank you for the cheer, Mitsuki. Hey. I'm almost done this Chaos Lord. I'm almost done him. Let's fucking go.
Also, Tau campaign and Dark Crusade is best campaign, but that's just because their playstyle is fun.
I still think that the funniest interaction is the Tau commander in the Space Marine homeland in that game. That was funny as shit. Do the lives of your soldiers mean so little to you? Are you that mad? Do the lives of yours mean so much to you? Are you that weak?
My favorite mission in that is still blowing up the tomb complex.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
that's legitimately like such a good like use of the mechanics of that game.
Oh yeah, where you have to keep your commander alive.
Mm-hmm. And then leg it back out.
As like the Necrons are like,
Oh, what?
nah, drag them into the depths with us. Who are you painting? It's hard to tell. Yeah, no, I need to set up this camera here, like somewhere over here, pointed down. So you guys can see what the
Lord
fuck I'm
Exalted.
painting. But it's a Lord
It's Lord
Exalted.
Exalted, isn't it?
Yep. But I changed his head out. I went with the Mark 6 Corvus from the Tactical Marine box.
Nice. The way to get bonus Space Marines from your Emperor Children boxes.
Yep. Oh no, not like the not the Horus Heresy one.
Oh right.
From the 40k Tactical Marine box.
Oh nice.
Because I'm different. And I like the idea that my guy's a fucking hypocrite and stole it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll take pictures and I'll show you it all when it's done. But how you doing, Mitsuki? Yeah, no, like a lot of the interactions in Dawn of War Dark Crusade were fucking hilarious. Do you ever like stop running your fucking yap, Yumi? The Cronus Liberators will push you from this world, alien. Guess so.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to counter your I like the Tau playstyle, I'm gonna be controversial here and say that the only time I like word bearers outside of Argyle Tall is Erebus. Well, not Erebus. What's his name? Elephos. There we go. Is when Elephos is with them. Because goddammit, his voice actor is velvet cake, and it's poisoned, and I will still eat it. It's hot damn that he did a good job.
Yeah, because Chaos is Alpha Legion in the first one, it's World Eaters in the second one, and it's Word Bearers in Dark Crusade, right?
In Winter Assault, it's Blood Legion of Khorne.
Okay.
Which might as well just be fucking World Eaters.
I was gonna say, like...
Even though Khorne would slap his shit because apparently he's using sorcerers.
Well, how else are you gonna summon your Bloodthirsters?
He's mind controlling the guardsmen to sacrifice them at sacrificial pits. And I'm like, I feel like something went wrong in the translation here.
You don't need to mind control guardsmen to make them sacrifice themselves at sacrificial pits. You just need to put a little sign on a stick that says heretics here. And they'll just charge in. They're like lemmings.
I can tell you right now, though, Winter Assault did give the most accurate Eldar experience I've ever seen in my life.
What, constantly fucking over the guard?
Yes. And then proceeding to learn the consequences. Actions have consequences. For those that don't know, in Winter Assault, it splits itself into two campaigns. The campaign of Disorder and the campaign of Order. Disorder, you play as Orcs and Chaos Space Marines, while in the Order campaign, you play as Guard and Eldar. At one point in both campaigns, it will force you into a mission where you have to swap between both armies. The Eldar, if you swap to their thing, they get Guard as the ally. Everyone else is treated like enemies if you play the Disorder campaign. If you're playing Guard, you get the Eldar as an ally. The first Eldar objective in the game will break your allyship with the Imperial Guard. Which means, guess what? Not only do you have to keep your base alive in that horrific fucking shit show, but in front of you is a very never-ending spawning horde of guardsmen and all their vehicles. And an unhealthy amount of Orgrins and Karskins. And behind you is a never-ending horde of Orcs and Chaos Space Marines with demons that will spawn randomly throughout the map. Because the guard fight is that you're constantly moving through the fortress with the enemy on your tail. But since you decide to fuck over the guard, that mission every goddamn time. Because you just have, if you know how to manipulate the game's objective markers, like getting through the game, you can easily win it. Which just makes it even fucking funnier to me. Which Legion do you reckon will be? Don't want AKB 1 or 2. The plot takes a fucking nosedive. I'm done with chaos. Can we have a plot without chaos? Please. I am asking
Also
nicely. Also, if you gun to my head, if you had to make me pick either Death Guard or Emperor's Children. Because God forbid I will fucking have an aneurysm if I have to fight World Eaters.
The only reason I could see them, like, here's the thing. The only reason I could see them doing World Eaters is if you are correct, and they do have Necrons as the initial force, because Necrons are primarily range-based, whereas World Eaters would then be a switch to more close combat units. They would be in the same way that the Thousand Sons and the Black Legion are the counterpoint to the force that came before them. They play differently. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That would be my... Also, it would mean, you know, like, Leandros could get killed by Karn. And that'd be fun.
No one likes Leandros.
Yeah.
Can we get a close-up of the Lord?
I'd enjoy seeing Karn.
I will give...
I'd enjoy seeing Karn butcher him.
Just one sec. I will show a close-up of the model when it is done, and I will take pictures of it and post it. And then I will show you on the stream when it's done.
Iron Warriors aren't visually... If the initial force is Necrons, Iron Warriors are not visually distinct enough.
Yeah,
is the problem.
Iron Warriors are... Their main color is gunmetal and hazard stripes. The only clear distinction between them and Necrons color-wise is that Necrons are usually metal color and green. Especially if you're going to go with the dynasty I know they would go for, which is King Cesaric's dynasty.
Cesaric. Yeah.
Imagine the Soul Forge and a variety of lesser demons.
You could do Necrons and then have it transition to you fighting Drukhari, and that would be interesting.
That'd be very interesting, yeah. Don't know how you make that work.
I just like visually, like having the boats start coming through, like, you know, Webway gates and stuff.
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah. If you want to introduce like a little bit of like story stuff of like, oh, there are Eldar here, but they're maybe not necessarily evil, blah blah blah. And then the bad Eldar show up.
I don't want to fight Chaos again. I don't. There's more to 40k than Imperium versus Chaos. So much more. There's infinitely more possibilities that we could do.
Sir, you will fight Chaos and you will like it.
No! I'm sorry.
Yes.
Don't make me fight Chaos again.
Embrace the litanies of hate.
Embrace your anger. Embrace your hate. Become a Sith Lord.
Or a chaplain, apparently. I don't think we will see anything of Dark Mechanicus until a good while after they are introduced as a faction in 40k.
And I don't even think they're going to be introduced as a faction in 40 fucking K.
I think they might. I think they're the logical next one if you're introducing a new faction in 11th. Give Vashtor an army.
Take them out of Chaldic's Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah. Give them access to a bunch of the demon engines and stuff like that as well, and give them like 5 kits or something. You can do Dark Mech from a very low starting point because you already have a lot of models you can cannibalize.
Or just give the Dark Mechanicum every Chaos vehicle that exists.
Yeah, like especially all the demon ones. Like Forge Fiends, Venom Crawler, Mauler Fiend. I'm trying to think of the others. Like
Forge Fiend, Mauler Fiend,
You just need to-
Defiler, Venom Crawler, Bloat Drone,
Soul Grinder.
Soul Grinder.
Yeah. Maybe not bloat drones, maybe not the god specific ones, but like the ones that are more kind of. Just give them like a bunch of kits, a basic troop, a more elite unit, maybe a chaos robot equivalent, like a generic, like a chaos version of like Castellans kind of thing.
Ooh, Castellax, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sort of stuff. It's not that like it's not that difficult a faction to do. You just basically give them like, and then like a couple of character models that are basically the chaos dude riding the thing. I can't remember what he's called.
Lord on Juggernaut.
No, the one in Chaos Space Marines. He's like he's like a
Lord
tech
Discordant.
thing. Yes, thank you.
My favorite model from that army so far.
Also, like, you have a naming theme going through your armies, GW. Why does World Eaters not have a Lord of Slaughter, or like a Lord of like?
Why do you have a
'Cause,
Lord
like,
Invocatus? What is he invoking?
Yeah, they have a Lord Invocatus, but that's a specific character rather than like a type of unit. Like Emperor Children have Lord Exultant, Death Guard have 3 of them. I think Thousand Sons get one.
We have
Lord of something.
We have Exalted Sorcerer, Infernal Master, and that's it.
Okay. And like obviously there's the ones in it's like it seemed like you were trying to do like a Lord of thing this army does like theme, and you just didn't follow through with it.
Yeah, that's the depressing part, is that it feels like they never follow through.
Yep.
Bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah. Also, World Eaters really needed more stuff, or needed to be able to not just take demons in one fucking detachment. GW, just why are they only available in one detachment? I like. Why can a quarter of my army not be demons in every other detachment, and in the one detachment it can be half my army? Just do that.
Because we did allies before, and it broke the game in half, and everyone bitched about it.
This isn't allies, this is just adding units to the army that you're putting a restriction on.
But the chart says.
I like the way they're doing allies in 10th edition, and it's being restricted to certain detachments and things like that. But
we need more.
I
Not
also
just the
think-
one with restrictions.
Well, you can do more, but like I don't mind that for like allies and so on. But I like the I like the idea of adding the various god demons to the Thousand Sons, Emperor's Children, Death Guard, and World Eaters. But they never they didn't add them. They added them in one detachment, and I just think that's dumb.
It's not a good detachment either. It's not fun to deal with.
Mm.
You are... So, chat, in every army, for that has the demons inside them now. So Death Guard, Emperor's Children, Thousand Sons, and World Eaters. There's a weird ass mechanic with them, where essentially your demons are weaker than their regular data sheets. from Index Demons. And then, if you're running them in the detachment, you have to run that specific detachment, and that detachment basically says, unless you have your other units babysitting these demons, they don't get anything.
I know that me and my friends have already talked about this, and our plan is just to basically like, right, the rule is 25% of your army can be your god's demons chosen from index demons. And in the demonic one, it can be half your army. Like, because I have a friend who's like got a Thousand Sons army, and they're like, I just want to have like pink horrors and like or like a Lord of Change and stuff in my army. And I'm like, yeah, go for it. Have it.
Aaron, to answer your question, it's aesthetic taste. Why do you like one over the other? Why do you like one set of Terminator over the other?
Spikes are cool.
Spikes are cool. Why do I like Chaos Marines? Because they're spiky and edgy pieces of shit. I like them because they're spiky.
I'm gonna give you the boring answer. I like both.
And I like both too. I think both are good. I like them for very different reasons. So
I really like the new Terminators in terms of how bulky they are.
Yeah,
they are big boys.
So I'm going to show chat what I mean while this dries, and then I can ink it up. Alright, Ultramarines, because my boys. Alright, where's Terminators? Where are they? Where's my boys? Probably
Tusks are cool. I agree.
Tusks are very cool. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We're getting there. Alright. Alright. We're getting there. Right, so look at these guys. Look at these guys. Look at them. I like how smooth this looks. I like how clean this is. I like how bulky they are. I like their fucking helmets. I think they look cool. I think these look sick. When they're helmeted. I don't like it when they're not helmeted, but I just don't like people without helmets. I don't like them. Yeah. But look at these things. They're cool. They're bulky. They're Space Marines. They fit the design of generic power armor. But it has a very 40k aesthetic. When you think power armor, you're thinking of like the sleek shit. Or like Fallout power armor. This is that design ethos of bulky ass fucking power armor taken to the extreme. This is tactical dreadnought armor. These guys are supposed to be slow moving fucking tanks, and that looks cool to me. Smooth surfaces with no lining suck. Oh, I'm gonna break your brain. Hold on. Hold on. Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, they are. The only difference between regular Terminators and Chaos Terminators is that they just have a little bit of outstanding detail.
Now like 20% smaller.
And are 20% smaller. Really think about it. I just took Terminators and gave them trim. That's all I did. That's all they did. They gave them trim and tusks. And then maybe some pelts. Maybe some pelts. Maybe broke their armor. Like right here. You don't like Terminator armor because it's plate. It's flat. You like Chaos Terminators because they have a little bit more detail. So, from what I'm hearing is that the only way to get you to like Terminators from regular Space Marines... Let's go over here. Let's go to Horus Heresy. Is if I gave you Cataphracti. That is what you are telling me. Look at that. Look at that. And I'm going to share a little secret with you. Unless you're playing competitive, no one gives you shit if you run these guys as your Terminators.
Even if you are playing competitive, I don't think most people would give a shit.
Yeah. Like, maybe a judge who's, like, really taking it seriously. Like, a little too seriously. The helmet feels off, though. Yeah, because the idea of Cataphracti armor is that it's covering half the fucking helmet. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. That's half a head. That's the funniest thing about these Terminators. That's not a full head. That's half of it. You slide the head in.
How do you feel about Deathwing Knights?
Yeah, let's
They're
actually...
Terminators, but like...
Let's go to the Deathwing Knights for regular 40k. Where's Dark Angels? Boom! Deathwing Knights. Look at this. Look at this guy. Is he boring? Is he boring? They get little guys, dude. They get little guys. He's just a little guy.
I do agree that Gravis Aggressors look sweet.
They do.
But also, that's smooth panels, again.
I think Cataphracti is the best out of all versions. It looks more knightly. Now, I'm going to be controversial. I'm going to be very controversial. Where's my boys? Chat?
You done Tartarus?
You will never have a cooler Terminator in your entire life than the Thousand Sons Legion Praetor Terminator, in my opinion. I think this guy looks sick. I think he looks sweet. You will never be cooler than this, in my opinion.
Carbocult Terminators wish they were this cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And like their regular Terminators, like their special Terminator unit from the Horus Heresy, oh, a unit after my own heart. Look at these fucking guys. I love them. I love their stupid headdress.
Also, personal opinion, Chaos Lord and Terminator armor is still a good model, and it's nearly 20 years old.
I think it could use an update, but that's just because I want better plastic.
Yeah. But, like, all of the Chaos stuff absolutely holds up.
Oh, it does. It does. Like, chat, it's... yeah, they use it for both.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So the only way to get, like,
really,
Lord with Claws outside of Jetpack.
I was gonna say it's a really good kit for kit bashing.
Oh, yeah. The Night Lords ones look pretty good, I think.
I like the Wordbearer Terminators.
Right, they have a Terminator unit.
No, they don't. They have Galvor back. That's their Terminators.
Oh.
I like the Galvor back.
I like their version of elite units. What's their version of elite unit? We took a 40k unit and made it a 30k unit and better.
And better, because they can transform back and forth. I will admit, I do like the Night Lords and Kotankar Terminators.
Oh yeah, they do look good.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this, I don't think there is a bad 30k Terminator unit.
Hey, Ultramarines, what do you get for a unique Terminator unit? We just took the Iron Warriors. Because we thought it was a good idea and we made it ours.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't Perturabo be
Wondering
pissed
if
about that?
it-
You think I give a shit what he thinks?
I wonder if for Heresy 3, if any of the legions, possibly salamanders, get like a special to them version of Saturnine.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Also gonna say it myself. Savitar's model looks sick.
Yes, annoyingly.
Though, can I say, mechanically, Iron Hands have some of the most boring-looking Terminators, but mechanically they are hilarious.
They're like the super irradiated ones, aren't they?
They're the ones that flashbang you if you hit them.
Yeah. But they're like filled with like radiation and stuff.
I'm almost done the model, chat. We're inking them up as we speak.
What's your thoughts on the various type of Custodes Terminator?
Ooh. I don't really have an
Do you like-
opinion on them,
do you like-
sadly. They're just
Do you like the 40?
generic.
Do you like the 40K or the 30K ones better?
Ooh, that's actually a good question. I should compare and contrast. Ooh. Yeah, I'll do that as soon as I'm done inking this guy up. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the... First, let's take a look at the Custodes by themselves. Like their Terminators in this one. Where are they? There they are.
That's Custodes.
Alaris. I like the helmet. But this is just regular Custodes armor, a little bit bulked out, with cataphracti shoulders. Like, you just took the legs of regular Custodes, increased the width by, like, 0.5, and then just replaced the top with a cataphracti Terminator with a better helmet. And now let's go to Horus Heresy. That's Armies of the War Master, not Armies of the Emperor. Legio Custodes.
Yes, Armies of the War Master, which is like nothing.
Yeah, they are.
It's like 5 models.
Aquilon.
Yeah.
Aquilon. Here we go, better picture. Okay, now this is the opposite problem.
It's just Tartarus.
It's just Tartarus Terminator armor, but you gave it a different helmet, and you gave it the shoulder pads of regular Terminators from 40K. Ooh. I don't like either. I do not like these Terminators that much.
I
Oh.
like the 40K ones more. But that might be the Forge World paint job.
It might be the Forge World paint job that's also fucking with me. Forge World does not paint their models very well.
They paint their models very differently. They paint their models far more... They do not paint their models heavy metal style.
Yeah.
Um,
Though, hey, if you're wanting to play
think it
Horus
will-
Heresy and you're playing Custodes, you're already playing them.
yeah. There's a really good guide for building a 30K Custodes army. It's basically like buy the 40K Combat Patrol, and I think one more box of Custodian Guard, and then either Trajan Valorous or eBay the Knight model from Cursed City to use as your sister commander.
And these are
Basically give her a head swap.
These are the Terminators we were talking about.
Tartarus.
Yep.
The most advanced suit of Terminator armor ever devised, apparently.
I.e., I can run in it, the armor.
Yep. The high-tech one.
I can follow up and beat the shit out of you in it. But offers less protection than Cataphracti.
Mm-hmm.
That was the trade-off.
And much less than Saturnine and less than Indomitus. But Indomitus is like the bargain basement one that no one uses in the Heresy. Because it's trash.
It's Box Dreadnought too, which makes it worse.
Everyone loves Box Dreadnought. Box Dreadnought's the best Dreadnought.
Yeah, but do they use it in Horus Heresy?
No. Until afterwards. I like the reasoning for why they started using it afterwards.
Why they start using it afterwards?
Do you know that? Because Castrofarum pattern is the most stable for preserving the inhabitant for a long period of time. It's the least powerful, but it's also the most So if you're trying to, so when you shift it to this is to preserve an honored warrior rather than this is just to be a thing that a guy goes into, it changes what they value in a Terminator, basically.
That's fair.
In a Dreadnought.
Alright, model is done, chat. Only took us 4 hours, 25 minutes. Forgive my camera work. This is the model when it's done.
Huzzah. Neat.
Great work, mate.
You get a chance to get on the tabletop yet?
Probably tomorrow.
Nice.
Which means we'll probably be streaming later in the day tomorrow. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate you all very much. Let's see who's currently live. Nothing, no one that... Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate you all coming to chill with me and as I paint up my Emperor's Children. My Lord Exultant is now done. So that's interesting. That's very fun. Is that the color scheme for your whole army? Yep. White primary, purple secondary, and gold detail. And then if they have, like, pipes and everything with, like, tubes, I just do, like, bright colors. Because drugs. Drugs are funny. Don't do drugs. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow after, hopefully, I have a game of Warhammer. And we'll be just doing some casual gaming, you know? We'll just chill out together and game, have a good time and everything. So, yeah. If not, I will let you all know, and you all have a fantastic night.